symposium series at Kadir Has University. And this year we have started organizing some events on our YouTube channel. And these symposiums will be more geared towards focusing on research topics, bringing in experts from different fields. And for today's event, we are actually joined with a lot of valuable contributors all around the world. And the symposium is organized in 2 sessions. And in the first session, we're going to have 3 presentations, then we will give it a short break. And in the second session, we are going to have 2 more presentations followed with a group discussion and Q&A with all of our participants. And you will have a chance to direct us some of your questions about the presentations you see today on our YouTube channel as well. So in the first session, I'm going to start presenting our research. I'm leading a research project of TÜBİTAK grant. We are focusing on Seljuk Mukarnas in Kayseri and Sivas and developing algorithmic investigations. So I'll be presenting you that work. The second presentation will be given by Professor Mine Özkar from Istanbul Technical University. Her presentation title is Parts, Holes, and Resilient Shapes, Constructing Geometry in Digital Models of Architectural Heritage. And the final presentation of the first session will be given by Professor Uzay Peker from Middle East Technical University. He's going to present us the concept of layers of universe in Islamic cosmology and Mukarnas. Following the break, we are going to have presentation by Associate Professor Sema Alaçam from Istanbul Technical University. She's going to present her research on mathematics in Seljuk architecture. And the final lecture of today will be presented by Mostafa Alani from Aliraqia University. He's going to present dynamic tessellations, exploring the abstract design space of Islamic geometric patterns. So the event is sponsored by TÜBİTAK and Kadir Has University. So I'm going to start the event with our research presentation. The title of our presentation is M-System, an algorithm for the generative study of Mukarnas in Kayseri and Sivas. And this research is actually a part of an NSF grant that we got from the National Science Foundation. And the title of our grant was Development of Computational Tools for Design Processes of Geometric Pattern-Based Mukarnas. And I'm the project investigator, project coordinator of this grant, and Sema Alaçam is also working as a researcher on this project. And we also received a lot of valuable help from our graduate students over the past 2 years. Initially, we had Cem Güneş and Sevgi Altun helping us with the project, who joined us from Istanbul Technical University. And this year, Yusuf Aykın and Altan Başık led the computational investigations of the project. So I'm really excited to share with you what we have learned from looking at Seljuk Mukarnas in Anatolia, and also what we have developed computationally in our project. So this is one of the structures we are looking at. This is found in Sivas. This is Bruciye Madrasa. And the focus of our investigation was the Mukarnas structures that are primarily located at the entrance gates of Seljuk era buildings. And these buildings could be kümbets, they could be mosques, they could be madrasas. So they all have these ornamental dome structures that are characterizing each building. And these buildings are built in 12th and 13th century, and they actually are located at the trading routes in Anatolia. So they show similar geometric articulation of the Mukarnas. And of course, we are not the only investigators of this project. Mukarnas is actually a pretty common Islamic ornament, and it's found throughout the Mediterranean Sea, including Iran, Iraq, and Turkey, and also Southern Europe as well. And most of the contemporary research on the matter is actually trying to investigate computational tools into how Mukarnases could be generated and also understood. So our research is more related to an earlier work of Sylvia Harmson, developed in 2006, where the planimetric projection of Mukarnas tiles could be understood through vector flows and symmetry. And we also looked at some existing work. For instance, Sema Alaçam's work is focusing on folding mechanisms using triangles. And Arbaş and Yıldız's work is also looking at recursive patterns using ellipses that investigate asymmetrical configurations. So this was the outline of our research. We actually tried to develop a new integrated methodology for our investigation of cultural heritage. And in our research, we combined methods of photogrammetry, digital modeling, parametric design, and computational analysis. So you're kind of looking at the overall workflow of our approach. We initially visited Sivas and Kayseri as part of our field trip, where we extracted 3D scanned models of Mukarnas structures. Then we reconstructed the geometries using various software and started analyzing the geometric parts of the Mukarnas. And in the final phase this year, we started looking at computational algorithms that can help us understand the design and development aspects of these valuable cultural heritage works. So this is the overall methodology that we have developed throughout the project. We are working with different mediums. In the initial phase, we acquired some digital data from Mukarnas photography and drawings. In the second phase, we made the field trip and extracted photogrammetry models from different structures. We actually visited 16 different structures in Kayseri and Sivas and extracted 22 Mukarnas models that we analyzed. And all of these models were digitally modeled and studied. And this process was actually simultaneously done. And during this phase, we actually investigated the notion of symmetry breaking and growth mechanisms that could be used in understanding the generative aspects of Mukarnas. So that was kind of the hypothesis of our research project. What if we can actually embed a recursive algorithm that has symmetry breaking mechanism? And what would happen if we can extend this notion to a variety of Mukarnas structures, what we could actually learn from them? And in the final phase, we were able to develop some algorithmic applications, and I'll be sharing you some of the technical challenges we face and also some of the aspects of the algorithms that we developed as well. So there was actually a strategic point of choosing Kayseri and Sivas in our research because we actually had to do, we weren't expecting a universal pandemic to happen, of course, but we were planning to do our field investigation in June 2021, and then we had to postpone it for other reasons. But when pandemic happened, we actually had to finish our site visitation in 2 days, and we were able to visit Kayseri and Sivas. And to our advantage, the Seljuk structures are actually located in close proximity to each other. So on this slide, you're seeing the structures that are found in Kayseri. And the other structures that are not listed, they're actually located along the trading routes to Malatya and Sivas. And in Sivas, we looked at 3 structures. And so these are Medrasas, Burciye, Şifai, and Çifte Minare. And we also documented one more structure, which is Gökmen. And we didn't include Gökmen in this research because it's based on decagonal structure. And in this research, we're going to present to you the structures that are using or following octagonal patterns. Excuse me. So the initial phase of our research included photogrammetric scanning of different Mukarnas structures. So here you're looking at an array of them. And I think it's really important to extend the methods of photogrammetry to the study of cultural heritage, because it gives us really advantageous tools of extracting physical data. I always make the correlation of this approach to almost like a botanist collecting specimens or kind of an entomologist, right? So we are trying to collect specimens or of variations from the world. But if we are working as researchers and we are focusing on architectural material, then of course our variations are limited. But to our advantage, the Mukarnas actually presented a wide array of variation, and extracting all of these actually gave us some cumulative understanding of what these structures are made of and what are the common principles could be for their understanding. So you're looking at one of the planimetric photogrammetric models. This is the model of Sultan Han. So we can capture a lot of the details of the pieces, but also extract the geometric data. So the initial phase of our research, we of course extracted the photogrammetric models and then tried to remodel the structures using triangulated meshes. And then we simplified some of these geometric representations into triangles so that we can understand the geometric forms a lot better. Sorry, I'm having some voice trouble here. And in this part, it was important for us to simplify the models that we have, because a lot of the Mukarnas have a lot of details, ornamental details on them. And for us, what was important is kind of narrowing down the geometric parts so that we can understand common pieces or repetitive elements. Because the Mukarnas are always structured with kind of modular pieces that have self-repeating mechanisms, or they're used in different layers of the Mukarnas. And we have developed this type of perspectival view of the Mukarnas structures that you see almost kind of a lens. So we are looking at the tipping point of the Mukarnas, and all the Mukarnas are fitting into an orthogonal base. And we were looking at the kind of structural articulation of these structures. But our key investigation was actually on the topic of symmetry. So to our hypothesis, we actually started looking at Mukarnas structures from the center point, the tipping point of the Mukarnas. And then we started analyzing the symmetry breaking or the growth mechanisms of these structures. So we started developing these sorts of hierarchical graphs that you see that highlights symmetry between pieces. And we try to associate these to the Mukarnas layers, how each Mukarnas geometry layer could be defined by these sorts of linear transformations. And you can see that there are also a lot of bifurcations happening in the articulation of Mukarnas, because we are dealing with a boundary that is self-segmenting and extending itself. So it's offering us kind of almost like a fractal notion of growth. And to understand this, first we had to do a lot of comprehensive computational analysis developing these diagrams. So the initial phase of our research was focusing on the Kayseri Gülük Mosque as a prototypical structure. So first, we actually started extending the symmetry notion to the three-dimensional articulation of Mukarnas. And here you can see pretty clearly that the Mukarnas is actually starting to grow from the tip, almost like a branching diagram. But what's interesting here is we picked Gülük Mosque as a prototypical structure having radial symmetry. But as the structure is approaching towards the space, you can see more asymmetrical developments are happening, because the structure is trying to merge with the orthogonal base. And we started, of course, thinking that looking to the Mukarnas structures from top down is actually giving us kind of an advantage in understanding maybe the growth mechanisms. And this was also further followed by the understanding of the triangulation types, the geometric pieces. And also we did some symmetry analysis of how certain symmetry breaking mechanisms were repeating themselves. And one aspect of this part of the research was we were looking at different geometric proportions of growth that was happening on each layer of the Muqarnas. And when we plotted all these variations, all these dimensions, we found that the Muqarnas was always following some harmonic distribution of proportions. And these proportions were also encountered in other versions of the structures that we investigated. In the second phase, we actually extended this notion of symmetry diagrams to Kayseri Hacı Kılıç Mosque that was presenting us a repetitive notion of growth in its vertical stacked layers. So we started looking at L system at this phase of our research, because L system is also working with these linear transformations and strings. And we were wondering if we can embed kind of the growth mechanisms in relationship to L systems. And this might look a bit confusing as a diagram, but if you look at the numbers on the right and the bottom, those numbers signify the layer count. And if you look at the even and odd layers, cumulatively, you will see that similar patterns are actually emerging. In odd patterns, we have branching morphogenesis happening, basically with BA type of star formations happening on the diagonal axis. And in the even layers, in second, fourth, and sixth layers, we actually get polygons that are following these sorts of star shapes. So we almost see kind of like an alternation of geometry breaking in how these structures could be formed or understood. So initially we started playing around with this L system, and we started implementing some parametric codes. So this is an approach we developed in Grasshopper in Rhino, and we wrote some recursive algorithm that can work with points, object points, and then it can actually interpret the L system rules, and it can give us some self-organizing variations. So here you can see on the left, we have a list of L system principles. Sorry, the video is a bit lagging here, but we can actually deduct any layer rule. So we are going layer by layer. So of course, this was a bit tedious at this phase to define what the key strings are and how these key strings could be transformed. Our investigation was more about the modeling of the historical data, but we realized that the historical material actually doesn't provide us any regularity at this phase. And L systems require too many rules to investigate the kind of growth mechanism that is happening in Muqarnas. Another aspect we also investigated was the layered notion of Muqarnas, whether there was some sort of geometric relationship between the horizontal growth and the vertical stacking. And we didn't find any correlation in our research. And we implemented this as more like a topological distortion at this phase. You can actually change the height levels. And you can actually see that after the vertical stacking, we actually built the code in such a way that you can export or model different parts of the geometry and extract different sets of information, including the key strings of the L system. So we actually figured out that L systems was not fully understanding. We cannot actually develop a custom rule on each layer. So we started looking at something that can automate the growth process and computational modeling of Muqarnas. And for the final phase of our project, we chose three candidates, or three types of structures that maybe we could model using a different approach. So these are Şifahi and Çifte Minareli madrasas from Sivas and the Kayseri Hacı Kılıç Mosque. And you can see the construction dates next to their name. And they're actually all built in 13th century, and they follow similar recursive rules that I'm going to present now. So what we call what we started as an L system actually became what we call now as an M system, because we figured out that L systems need to be more open-ended, and they actually do not solve the issue of collisions or branching or local adjustment of custom rules. And we actually modified our L system approach in a way that we can grow self-organizing Mukarnas structures. So here you're looking at our development for the Shifaiya Madrasa, and we started looking at the plan drawing in a way that we can maybe extract a portion or a piece that can help us give a code for the growth mechanisms of this Mukarnas. So we start developing the symmetry analysis that you see at the bottom. And one important aspect of this approach was the determination of the axes of growth. For instance, the blue axes signify diagonal growth, red axes signify orthogonal growth, and the secondary axes are labeled in green. And the major branching morphogenesis happens in either blue or red axes, whereas the green axes, they always converge to these axes. And all the convergences actually happen to solve their issues with symmetry, with the notion of symmetry checking. So from Shifaiya, we actually started looking at these pieces and then started seeing two sets of rules. So the growth rules, they could either produce a star or a polygon. And the polygon actually takes place here at the beginning, and the star takes place at the bottom layers. But they're actually manipulations or modifications of the same growth mechanism, actually. And we were able to simplify this recursive code using these key strings. So in diagonal axes, we give CB as the main growth between layers. And these are simultaneously applied to secondary and orthogonal axes. And by defining these key strings, we can actually embed some self-organizing behavior in how we can model or understand these structures. Similarly, we started looking at Hacı Kılıç Mosque in Kayseri. And in this one, again, if you look at the same piece happening on the diagonal axis, you will see that this is actually following the growth rule 1 in the first 6 layers. And in the final layer, it's converging into or transforming into a polygon. And it's using different key strings. So BC becomes CB in terms of growth. So again, we are actually going the same length, but doing it in different steps. So by changing the ordering of these mechanisms, you're actually working with the same growth rule. And what is, I think, happening is there are just local adjustments being made by the masons. So maybe they're when they're constructing the Mukarnas, they're maybe making some local shifts or changes. But the overall growth mechanism actually seems pretty consistent. In our third candidate, this was actually presenting us almost like an orthogonal quasi-crystal notion of Mukarnas. So if you look at where the branches are happening, it's always following almost like a grid distribution. So we were wondering what would happen if this Mukarnas were to grow more layers. So how would these octagons actually dissipate, or how they would actually grow outwards a lot more. So we started highlighting these pieces that also replicated themselves when the branching on the diagonal axis happened at 270 degrees. And as I was mentioning before, technically we have to keep track of what each axis or the character of each axis is and how much of the length or the string they have to take in, so that we can coordinate growth and make them actually come together at certain convergence points. And this was the resulting analysis for the third candidate of our Mukarnas. So these are the overall rules for the M system. So the branching is automatically triggered by the Mukarnas growth layers. So we look at the angle between adjacent points on the Mukarnas layer and then decide on the branching angle. And the branching angle is actually following what we call as a branching clock. So we calculate the angle that is a multiplication of 22.5 degrees. And then we assign the growth nodes kind of a character, whether they are diagonal, orthogonal, or secondary, and that affects what kind of strings they would take for their further growth. And when these growths actually collide at a point, we look at a symmetry condition. So for instance, if two diagonal axes are converging, then we actually stop the growth of these axes and give priority to the orthogonal axis, because 3 points happen to be at the same location, and then we filter out the data. And we get, in this case, the full rotation, we get 180 degrees. So there's kind of a radial branching happening there as well. So among the Muqarnas that we investigated, we saw that there are certain branching types that we call a star or polygon. Just like in Shifaye, the star and polygons, they alternate in how we understand Muqarnas from the top. So in star branches, the star could be aligned to the diagonal axis or the secondary axis, and that gives us a configuration. Same thing happens with the polygon types. And also we highlighted some technical variations on the way triangulation happens on the Muqarnas layers, whether the triangles converge into a main axis or a secondary axis. They could be convergent or divergent types. So using these approaches, we started modeling the kind of recursive growth mechanism of the Muqarnas. You're seeing here the animation sequence for Shifaye Madrasa. So you're seeing that what's happening is that in each second layer, the same branching morphogenesis is actually taking place, and all these points are resolved based on how they collide with their adjacent growths. In Hacı Kılıç Mosque, a similar variation happening, and we are looking at Muqarnas in a 360 degrees. It's because certain convergence points also happen automatically on orthogonal axis, and the Muqarnas we looked at are only showing us 180 degrees, but when we look at the full 360 degree version, we can actually see the morphogenetic behavior and the recursive application a lot more clearer. So that's why we did this part of the investigation in a radial fashion. So this is the final permutation looking at Çifte Minare, and this one is actually developing in 3 layers, but it actually has a special case. On the diagonal axis, it's producing what we call as a neck, because it's advancing a small amount and it's doing a 270 degree rotation. And those rotations actually do collide with other symmetrical convergence points, and they get filtered out. So that's why we think that Muqarnas has this type of fractalized behavior, and it also produces some self-organizing behavior as well. So this is my last slide. These are some of the permutations we were able to achieve with our M system algorithm. So you can see the orthogonal, diagonal, and secondary axis codes here. So these are the strings that we extracted from the harmonic investigation. So we were able to simplify the variation of the Muqarnas to these developments in 3 axes. And we also further believe that these maybe could be reduced or simplified, because there are also harmonic relationships between the growth happening on different axes. And we also plotted some permutations of the prototypical structures that we looked at. And I think this is basically showing us that there's some sort of an overall archetype for the Seljuk Muqarnas in Anatolia, particularly in Kayseri, that are working with octagons. And we're also wondering if this approach could be investigated in other Muqarnas structures as well, and maybe similar methods could be applied to them as well. So that was my presentation. So thank you for your attention. And I'll leave the floor to Professor Mine Özkar, who will give her presentation in the second presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Sabri. Could you enable me so that I can share my screen?
Let me see. Yes, I did. Sorry.
Thank you. Tough act to follow. It was very interesting. Okay. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here. Thank you, Sabri, for the invitation. Disclaimer, I've been under the weather this past week, so apologies if I sound a little coarse from time to time. I have my water ready. As the image on my title slide suggests, I'm going to be talking about geometric patterns on Seljuk architecture, how resilient they are, how resilient their digital representations should and can be. In my research in design computation, I'm concerned with representing shapes in design and their other properties, including material ones. My motivation is to understand and capture the role of making in how shapes in architectural heritage have come about, and to develop technical means to incorporate these holistic bits of perspectives of knowledge in models taught and used in designs today. I can only start to introduce the technicalities of doing so in digital models of architectural heritage tonight. I hope you can later follow up on existing and upcoming publications. So for the short time I have now, it'll be basically establishing context and a selective review of my research group's work over the years, which have been generously funded by TÜBİTAK projects. Here are some examples from 13th century Anatolia. All photographs are from the archive my group formed a few years back during a research project that we did. What makes these shapes resilient is how they are constructed. They're not only resilient or tough because they're set in stone or brick, but are also resilient or flexible because they present a fascinating variety as a result of an underlying geometric construction. And I'll come to that in a minute. As I just hinted, construction in these patterns is twofold. At one level, it is the construction of lines, how they're drawn, and at the same time, how the eye constructs and reconstructs the whole, or gestalts, and their parts. At the other level, it is the construction out of or onto physical materials. In all these cases, parts and wholes change. The design may be composed of a certain set of parts, whereas its physically realized version is comprised of another set of parts. And even still, either of these may be perceived to be composed of yet another set of parts, depending on the viewer. What we consider to be wholes and parts change. What do I mean by changing parts of a whole? If I asked you how you take apart a square plane, better yet, a square sheet or piece of wood, what would your first answers be? Would anyone think of dividing up a square into parts as in these two drawings? Maybe, but I doubt it. And if you had a compass and a straight edge ruler, would your answers change then? One of our earlier lessons in design education was think with what you have. So I would probably divide the square into 2 or 4 triangles just because I know the corners. And I have a straight edge at hand, so I could align points and cut along these emerging diagonals. These 2 decompositions of the square are in fact legitimate. They are the parts that a craftsman will need to achieve the answer to a practical geometry problem to be applied in woodwork. In this slide, the figures in the center are from Alpay Özdural's writing that refers to a 10th century treatise by Ebu el-Wafa al-Buljani, which was meant to communicate practical geometry to craftsmen. The completely visual solution is for how a craftsman adds 3 square panels to make 1 big panel without losing any material. The problem is one you can only solve visually or spatially. Mathematically, you can't have the same precision. 2 of the 3 small squares are first divided in halves across the diagonal, just as I said I would. I cheated. They are then placed rotating around the 3rd square. Top corners of the triangles are connected with imaginary lines. The piece that is sticking out, for example, the triangle AOB, on the outside of that line is cut off and is now the infill for the gap below, which is the triangle DOI. On the right side, we can see the parts to 2 of the original squares. On the left, we can see the parts to the final square. So a square can have many different parts based on our operations on it. In visual computation, these operations are named generative specifications, dating back to a seminal paper from 1971. In that paper, authors Steiny and Gibbs delineate visual rules that construct George Steiny's acrylic painting series called the Urform 1, 2, and 3. Notice the 3 visual rules on the right page to the left of the vertical line. In fact, it is one rule, and the other two rules are dealing with labels that help out with the ordering of the computation. And to the right of that are specifications regarding the colors assigned to layers of painting and their intersection. So which color is going to come when two layers of paint are on top of each other. The specification is in the action of the designer or the artist, and not the shapes, which are left as they are. Here we see how the paper shows a generation of the shapes in the paintings through the application of these rules that I showed on the previous slide. There are about 19 steps that take you from Urform 1 to Urform 3. The generative specification is very different than the sum of an assumed set of parts, like the ones that I'm showing right now. These shapes that we perceive, if we were to filter the image through categories according to another feature, let's say color in this case, are not how the painting is constructed. The painting is painted layer upon layer as the artist specifies it in that paper. And shapes that are its parts during its construction are rather these. For instance, on the top left, the main shape of Urform 1. You see some boundaries shown here in yellow of half of that shape, and you apply the visual directive, which I simplified on the right. You replace the left side of that rule that you see in the shape with the right side. The specified colorings are applied, and you have new shapes emerging. You apply the same to the other half, or wherever else you see it. You can scale it. And you continue on to Urform 3, which I'm not showing here. In this sort of a decomposition of parts, into parts, the sum is not of the parts that you see at once. Parts change in the process. You see as you think, design, or paint, or create patterns. The painting, this one, is produced based on this relational thinking of parts that overlap. So how are we going to represent shapes in a digital model? Can the square from my previous question be both decompositions at the same time? And in fact, even more? Any specification and its application need to be resilient as such. And this is unlike the construction of geometric patterns upon a system of intersecting circles and lines. This has been extensively studied, analyzed, and computerized. As in the painting, visual rule specifications can be defined based on constraints of the underlying system, but with flexibility that is warranted by seeing. Many different parts of lines can become parts of emerging shapes or wholes, motifs, whatever you want to call them. With this kind of specification, it is not just the end result, but also the process, which is a reference to styles or other classifications. The process embodies the know-how behind these designs, which seems to be key. I'm not showing any visual rules we've developed to generate patterns here because they're tedious, and I do want to focus on parts and wholes. There are patterns in Seljuk architecture and Islamic geometric patterns overall, for instance, that differently utilize six-fold or eight-fold symmetry, but in fact embody similar design traits. For instance, in these two patterns, their similarity is in maybe the processes that they share, the design traits that come about around the center of the motif, but their symmetries are completely different. Similarly, there are patterns that are similar looking at a first glance. The sizing and distribution of shapes, irrelevant of what they are, makes these two patterns, both from Kayseri Huantaotun Mosque, appear similar. But in fact, they're based on different geometric constructions. Notice the septagon in the right motif, in the motif on the right. In order to have a computation where parts can be whatever you want them to be, the representation of the shape has to be flexible. if any. Steiny's visual computation formalism relies on part relations as much as discrete parts in the application of the visual rules. A shape is what it is. It cannot assume, or we cannot assume for it to have any predefined parts. There's now a small number of interpreters that apply the mathematics behind the 1971 paper and yield shape computation with part relations, such as those developed by Chase, Lee, Stofs, Duarte, etc. And almost 10 years ago, my computer science colleagues and I had successfully defined a weight function instead of lines to quote unquote represent shapes. And we were able to select unbiased parts within a variety of shapes. This was an interesting problem for us because of the non-existing primitives. So the central area in the graphic user interface was for uploading or drawing any shape. And the program searched and found all of its instances in the shape given to the left and presented them on the right. Here we see only a few of the results, but please note, for instance, here, these there are no triangles initially in that given shape. So the program behaves as our perception does and picks out even shapes that we complete with our eyes. Moving on to the other meaning of construction, the material construction. This slide is not very good, I realize. I have a backup slide. The resilient geometric construction bridges geometry to the means of production. It is used in not just the designing of the form, but in applying it to the material. With the use of a compass and a straight edge, it's convenient to project the underlying system or designs even onto a blank canvas, such as a stone wall. There's evidence from half-finished carvings on materials found on sites, as here, as well as treatises, that circles do underlie the geometries of these patterns. And here's my backup slide. I put this in case you weren't able to see the etchings on the previous slide. And this is a detail from Ishak Pasha Palace, a photo I took in 2010. Templates were also used to copy designs onto the material, first to etch, then to carve. This is an example from Site Meliktum in Divriği, published in Richard McClary's chapter. As these lines of design get transferred to materials, something else happens, and that's what I want to focus on. The shapes from the geometric constructions are resilient because they take shape according to how they are applied. They are manifestations of not only visual, but also semantic, as Ali Uzay will probably talk about, and material aspects of design. The specification of material things in shape grammars requires augmenting shapes with other descriptions, wrote Terry Knight in 2015. And in recent studies, maybe 10 years of work in computational making, as well as earlier research on weights and colors and shape grammars, there has been much done to explore how shapes may inscribe material attributes as well. Terry Knight's 2015 paper, Shapes and Other Things, provides a comprehensive narrative of these. And this perspective of including material things to shapes is essential in order to decipher past design knowledge from architectural heritage. I want to emphasize here this as a neglected design knowledge. How, for example, the tooltip and its movement on the material surface factor into and determine the final shape and what constitutes it. It would be great to extend the discussion of the geometry to the techniques of capturing and modeling the physical information from built heritage and how representations of shapes based on that captured data may incorporate some material attributes of these designs in order to increase our understanding of past building traditions as well. Just as it's not enough to look at Palladian villas through plan grammars, because that's usually the baseline example, it's not enough to look at these patterns as geometric wonders and only with a full frontal view. So we have been capturing which aspects of their physical construction should be incorporated to the representations towards establishing that holistic set of design knowledge. In order to identify features of the making process to be included in visual specifications, we studied what the parameters of applications to differently curved and scaled surfaces are. And we were able to compare exact geometric designs which were differently made. The bottom row on this slide shows the same single line geometric designs applied to 3 different examples. 2 on the left are from Darshufina Amasya, carved on stone, and the 3rd is out of brick in Iran. We specified making rules to complement visual rules, looked at specifications of the cross sections, and not just a pattern as seen on a surface from the front. These specifications extended to parameterized properties of the tooltip, the carving speed, etc., as we transfer the process to computer numeric controlled carving to understand how we may generate and control variations. In contrast to stone-carved examples of the previous slides, those of pre-cut and assembled bricks or mosaic tiles embody different ways of approaching the problem. In the example on the right, we can see the discrete elements of the physical construction. There are paired V's or brackets aligned on horizontal and vertical axes. One can instruct a robot, for example, to assemble these repeating units this way. But there's no evidence that this was historically done so. Rather, there are documents scholars interpret to be the geometric guides to common motifs that also seem to exist here. Namely, I'm going to draw your attention to the 4-armed square or swastika-like pattern. My drawing on the left is based on an illustration dating from possibly somewhere in between the 10th and 13th centuries from what is called the Persian Compendium, which was presented by Guru Necipoğlu in a volume she edited titled The Arts of Ornamental Geometry, a Persian Compendium on Similar and Complementary Interlocking Figures, a volume commemorating Alpay Özdral. The original illustration has additional lines and curves, giving the impression of a geometric construction with a compass and a straight edge, perhaps a protractor. And it is assumed to accompany a conversation over how to proportion concentric squares and a 4-armed motif between the astronomer, mathematician, and the master builder. As with other illustrations of the few similar compendia or treatises, scholars interpret these as what is behind the geometric designs, correlating the shapes in the line drawings and the resulting artifacts. In this particular case, let us assume that the design relied on the built design relied on the geometric construction I simplified on the left and its shapes with part relations. The production process of the design on the right might embody then more knowledge than the paired brackets and perpendicular axes. And yes, there is a correlation between visual planning of a pattern and how it is realized. And that was the point of me talking about the specification of the how the shapes generate. But clearly, there are additional specifications that should come with the physical properties and processes. For instance, how did the artisan apply the motif? Also iteratively. Anyone who attempted constructing these geometric patterns on paper using just a compass and a ruler knows that drawing lines with a thickness, anticipating the off-axis distance that yields the right kind of pattern, things like that is very difficult. All this needs calculated measures and proportions. Single line designs are not the same on material, as was the case from my earlier slide. This is done for computerized versions, but how did the artisan do it? So we still have answers to seek to understand the material effects and be able to simulate or develop the know-how today. With that note, I lastly want to come to the role of contemporary tools of capturing and representing heritage. I've chosen an earlier work from 2019, where we looked at a straightforward example of multiple orders of parts and wholes. Here's a very simple Roman mosaic panel from the Zeugma Museum in Antep. Mosaic bits are quite discrete. They're units, they're literally bits. They're individually placed, but they have properties of color, for instance, which specify their location in the design and on the surface. Because colors make up whole shapes, like squares or parallelograms, in order to elude a depth. And because how these mosaics are diagonally or horizontally placed, allow our eyes to perceive different groupings. Seeking ways for making computers help us semantically interpret these parts on larger data, we use photogrammetry to capture the surface. The acquired point cloud is amazing, but really goes around the problem of how to represent the panel as designed and constructed. So we use depth and normal maps to filter information to see if we can automatically detect different parts and holes, as I've exemplified. And more recently, we've been experimenting on larger building components, such as domes, in point cloud format and using machine learning techniques. Hopefully, I'll be able to share them in future meetings and papers. The main motivation is that we can hopefully enrich the multiple dimension of digital models of heritage to include the interconnectedness of form finding and thing making, and eventually contribute to furthering our understanding of the heritage in a holistic view. With that, here are some of the references I mentioned, and I come to the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Mine. So we are reserving our questions for the Q&A session at the end. I'm going to give floor to our next speaker, Professor Ali Uzay Peker from Middle East Technical University.
Thank you, Sabri. I hope you all hear me appropriately.
Yes.
But I would like to share my screen. There is a presentation of mine. Here we have it. Okay. As all you know, the title of my presentation is the concept of layers of universe in Islamic cosmology and Mukarnas. My question here begins with a why instead of how. I mean, why Mukarnas? I mean, why this ornamentational device not maybe invented, but, you know, in a way expressed as such. But you are never able to fully explain purpose of something natural or cultural on Earth. I know this very well, but we can at least approach to it a little bit in dealing with concepts at the backgrounds of art and architectural formations. And Mukarnas is one of them. Yasser Tabba gives a chronology of the Mukarnas in a paper appeared in the journal Mukarnas, as all you know, journal sponsored by Aga Khan Foundation and Harvard University. And he illustrates examples that appeared in history. Those from Nishapur are regarded as earliest of Mukarnas appeared, and architectural ornamentation, 10th century. And in the Arabatan Mausoleum, we have sconces shaped like Mukarnas segments, what we name the formation of trefoil sconce that appeared later in Seljuk architecture in Iran. And this is a trefoil sconce we have in Isfahan, Mescid-i Juma, North Dome, and Ardistan, Mescid-i Juma, Dome, altogether based upon these segments later on to be used in Mukarnas decorations that accumulated in the 11th century, mostly in Iran, in Iraq, and later spread to North Africa. In a way, disregarding these former examples, Tabba inclines to explain the invention of Mukarnas with this shrine of Imam al-Dawr, which was in Samarra once upon a time, destroyed now. It's Mukarnas dome regarded by Tabba as the first complete Mukarnas decoration the examples that we can regard first of its kind appeared in Iraq, and he initiates this tradition with a purpose, with a specific purpose, because he also would like to relate this beginning to a philosophical background, to a religious background that became strengthened in 11th century Baghdad. Bimaristan Nuri is another example from 12th century, which followed these earlier examples in Baghdad. And another one, these are Seljuk, or, petty dynasties, of Turkic origin that sponsored those monuments in 12th century in Baghdad, later in Syria. Another one, 12th century, Mukarnas tomb, within and outside, altogether, shape of the Mukarnas is visible. Taba, in detail, creates a classification of different types of Mukarnas with these examples that appeared in Iraq. Masjid al-Imam Avdal-Din, 1248 is another example. Then what we see, the use of Mukarnas in Iraq, in a way concentrated to 11th and 12th centuries, though we have earlier examples from Central Asia and Iran. Specifically, Taba concentrates upon the examples in Iraq. Why? Because, as I told you, he would like to relate this development to a cultural background. According to him, this division of the dome into segments, this is from Spain, actually, maybe a wrong slide. The others in Iraq would be more matching to this background, cultural background. But anyway, here we have another Mukarnas dome. He says that division of the dome into segments gives a certain conception of the universe connected to a theory of atoms and accidents, as processed as, dealt with by Asharites, and occasionalism. It is difficult for me to pronounce this word. Occasionalism, maybe. Occasionalism. Al-Baqillani, a philosopher, thinks that everything other than God composed of atoms and accidents. Accidents continuously being changed by God. Preservation of matter requires the continuous interference of God. As you can see, this is not a philosophical thought, but kind of religio-philosophical thought. Its relationship with the divine is also provided. Actually, I share its aim to, in a way, to compromise in philosophy and divine. Mukarnas tomb is an outcome of the Orthodox Islamic concept in the 11th century, according to Taba. Baghdad, where al-Baqillani formulated atomist, occasionalist view of the universe in the time of Caliph al-Qadir. Then it began in the beginning of the 11th century. According to Taba, shape, color, and luminosity in the dome are accidents. I mean, accidents, in a way, I don't know really whether after specifically having Sabri's and Mine's presentations, this term would be regarded as appropriate to understand Mukarnas formation. Philosophically speaking, maybe Taba inclines to relate a transformation in religious and philosophical thought in the 11th century with Mukarnas. There is no, in my opinion, there is no material evidence to support Taba's intersection of such religio-philosophical reflections and the emergence of Mukarnas. No sign of particular artist or donor involved such philosophical debates, going back to the construction sites, experiencing with whatever learned in a majalis or majlis, where these philosophical debates done, reflecting them on the monuments. There is no proof for that. I mean, no manual, no expression of any idea by an artist or architect that they became inspired from the socio-political, whatever background. Then, scientifically speaking, we are on a precarious ground. I mean, we are not secure when we directly relate a philosophical debate a coral philosophical debate with, Mukarnas, specifically speaking, Mukarnas. I don't know, maybe some others would be more securely related, but for Mukarnas, unfortunately, we lack this material. Taba ignores actually earlier 10th century Central Asiatic and Iranian examples of Mukarnas formation in order to relate the appearance of Mukarnas to philosophical developments in the 11th century, Baghdad, as I told you. This centrist approach overlooks cosmological, astronomical, mathematical, briefly scientific environment of Islamic Middle Ages, nourished architectural knowledge in general. Mukarnas is the product of a greater advance in cosmology, science, within a broader domain, instead of contextualizing it and relating to a philosophical debate at the background. You need to understand the great enhancements of cosmological scientific knowledge from the earliest periods of Islamic history to 11th century, even earlier, Greek and Roman traditions of the Middle East altogether led to the enhancements of architectural design knowledge, together with enhancements in cosmology and science. In my opinion, we cannot at the moment, without having clear signs of a direct involvement of a philosophy, we cannot, in a way, claim that in the background of Mukarnas is such philosophical thoughts or viewpoints expressed in the periods when Mukarnas became formed. Even I can tell you that Mukarnas was not invented in 11th century Iraq. It is earlier experience with trefoil squinches, as I illustrated before, led to a kind of, maybe we can regard an invention or profuse use of this ornamentation in architecture. Meaning of Mukarnas, I mean, we cannot disassociate Mukarnas from the meaning of the dome, actually, because they are so embedded to each other, and we need to check what dome symbolized in medieval Islam in order to understand Mukarnas. Neil Bargabur and Grabar explained the domes of Alhambra as heavenly domes, since there are star polygon designs and inscriptions, specifically in the dome of the Comoros Tower, Ambassador's Hall, and in the inscription, there is an emphasis put upon 7 heavens, one upon the other, as a work of God, of course. And when you count the rosettes employed here, we get really the number 7. And Neil Bargabur, Grabar, and many others think that this is a representation of 7 levels heaven, where planets circumambulate the Earth in their orbits, and Earth is at the center. This concept of heavenly dome is more tangible, given the fact that inscriptions applied on appropriate places imply cosmological associations. One of them is the abode of God, as I have expressed. More examples to go. In Konya, we have Karatay Madrasa with a similar heavenly dome at the center from 13th century, a Seljuk work. On the walls is the throne verse from Quran again, and also on the Ivan Arch, the same verse is repeated. Allah, there is no God worth of worship. Let me go. To him belongs whatever is in the heavens and whatever is on the earth, and who knows what is ahead of them and what is behind them. His seat encompasses the heavens and the earth, and the preservation of both does not tire him, for he is the most high, the greatest. This deliberate placement of an inscription related to the throne of God, his presence in the universe, and specific domain, actually can be related to the dome. Evidently, we have the stars again and the 7-leveled universe together with a central point that gives symbolically access to the divine, of course, to the macrocosmos and beyond. Then such verses about the abode of God, quotations from Quran, are cosmological in nature, what we say in Arabic, kevni, and are directly related to architectural components. We can even speak of a program of an iconographical program where architectural forms related to cosmological notions. I mean, this is not specific to a century. This is not specific to a time, not to a dynasty, to a founder, but this is the end product of a development of a cosmology, you know, after processed by cosmologists, philosophers. Altogether, I mean, the men who taught upon the nature of cosmos, philosophers, of course, as well, altogether in a kind of enhancement of knowledge and enhancement of architectural design in parallel to that. Weber adds to this notion pleasure dome. He argues that the dome of heaven was in fact a pleasure dome already in ancient Rome, but I would also maintain that within medieval traditions, it is the Eastern Islamic world that maintained the classical Roman imperial relationship between heavens and pleasure. In a paper, From Dome of Heaven to Pleasure Dome, Weber says so. And he relates this concept of pleasure dome to a book by Nizami Gencevi, recently translated into Turkish as well. Peker, Yedi Suret. This is the Turkish translation we have now. A nice one. Seven Portraits or Seven Beauties is the name of the work. It's a work of, as I told you, Nizami Gencevi from 12th century, the time when Mukarnas became concentrated in architecture. I don't want to say invented because we don't know really when and by whom Mukarnas was invented, but what we see, 11th century is the period when buildings with Mukarnas mainly appeared in the Islamic world. The Peker consists of 7 tales. Bahram sends for 7 princesses as his brides and builds a palace containing 7 domes for his brides, each dedicated to one day of the week, governed by the day's planet and bearing its emblematic color. Bahram visits each dome in turn, where he feasts, drinks, enjoys the favors of his brides, and listens to a tale told by each. Colors of the domes are as such, which refer to the planets and the days of the week. Altogether, what we have here, a cosmology that influences, a kind of creative activity in literature, poetical creations, at the same time, creative activity in architectural design. I mean, here we don't have influence exerted by literature on architecture, or vice versa. What we have here, cosmological background exerting impact upon architectural design and poetical works altogether. Maybe architecture had a more how can I say? But we can say that architecture influenced literature rather than literature influenced architecture, since in this example of Peker, we have the illustration of a building, with 7 domes, designed after 7 days of the week, 7 planets, and with 7 colors altogether, reproducing an architectural concept that is presented as a microcosmic domain, where essentially cosmological elements are represented. Then we have an influence exerted by architecture on literature instead of. I am pointing out this because scholars of Islamic architecture usually make references to literature, poets and their poems, and altogether would like to explain architectural being by means of narratives in a poetical background. But what I would like to say is that the influence would be the other way around. I mean, literature influenced by architecture, which is Peker is a very good example for that. We shouldn't then necessarily check literature to explain architecture every time, anytime and anywhere. That is a great background for this representation of 7 planets, 7 orbits. Herodotus informs us about battlements of a real city, Ekbatana. These battlements regarded as ziggurat there. The circles of the walls were all in 7 battlements of different colors: white, black, dark red, blue, red, light red, silver, gold, and Nizami's inspiration source is this great background, of course, a building with different colors, giving us 7 planets. Okay, this is a quotation from a paper by James and Anthony. Analysis of the ziggurat paternal sequence indicates that by Neo-Babylonian times, the planets could have been associated with 70 ziggurats. The respective stages of the ziggurat may not have been associated with individual planets from the start, but the tendency to do just that may well have developed in subsequent times, culminating in the first millennium trend of ziggurats with 7 planetary colors. And this became inherited in medieval age. The nature of the 7 planets as also 7 gates leading one to the other, because in each stage we have a gate leading to a top. This is the concept, cosmological concept, can be mirrored upon this notion of an ion, giving access to a background, a transitionary point. Pay attention to these stepped mountain-like, ziggurat-like projections at the top, and this very ancient, Sumerian cylinder seal impression where sun god emerges in the morning from the wooded mountains of the east. These vertical triangular forms remind us the mountain in the east. The mountain image, altogether with the stages of the ziggurat, is very ancient and became inherited in Islamic Middle Ages. Pay attention to the triangular form of these small motifs and these projections and the triangular form of the ziggurat. I will come to this point later on. A quotation from Peker, from Graber actually. For I can weigh the sky, I know the stars, by reason now the positions of the stars. In painting and in building, you may think I have the inspiration of true art. I'll form a likeness to the lofty spheres by means of which they will not harm the king. Whilst he is in the picture room, the world he'll have no fear of the celestial stars. Placed in the place of self-test to love, on earth he will be in power as the sky. I will make a 7-domed house. These are direct references to the cosmos of today. I dealt with political images used in medieval Islamic literature. Now, a modern interpretation of Muqarnas. This is a spiritualist approach. According to him, the stalactite or Muqarnas structures represent a reflection here below of the supernatural archetypes, the descent of the heavenly abode towards the earth, and the crystallization of the celestial substance or ether in terrestrial forms. I mean, something providing kind of a staircase, ascent and descent, soaring in sky in a way, and by means of the steps of the Muqarnas and coming down from divine, facilitated by the Zemisht. And Muqarnas is the outcome of a great image, probably, which is mountain. Of course, Muqarnas is something introverted, a mountain introverted. It's concave units. The segments we have is the inversion of a mountain, which is a kind of massive, rock formation. In a way, this contrast between, but when you complete a ziggurat niche, a door niche from Seljuk architecture, with another one, you obtain a spherical, conical shape like a mountain. This image of a mountain gate altogether is in the background of the formation of Muqarnas decoration and the triangle. Platonic solids are based upon triangles. Let me remind you that mountain and Muqarnas both based upon this geometrical form. Plato explains his geometrical explanation of the universe in a dialogue named Timaeus. Everybody here, I suppose, is familiar with that. According to Plato, every plane rectilinear figure is composed of triangles, and all triangles are original of 2 kinds, both of which are made of. You can read it later on if you like. You can find this text on the internet everywhere. It is very easily. What I would like to say here is that Plato's solids are based upon triangle. Triangle produces Plato's solids. If this would begin and end here, it would be, just an idea. solids, not just a geometrical fact, solids created from. But Plato goes beyond that, and he attaches qualities to his solids. For example, this is the symbol of fire, air, earth, water, and ether. Altogether, we have then qualities attached to geometrical forms. This is the beginning of a sacred geometry that later inherited in Islamic Middle Ages. And he goes on like the earth, then let us extend the cubical form. The earth is the most immovable of the four and the most plastic of all. But then earth is a cube. This is a quality. The earth is a cube. Therefore, is assigning this figure to the earth. We adhere to probability, and to water we assign that one of the remaining forms, which is the least movable. And the most movable of them are fire and the air, which is intermediate. The pyramid is a solid which is the original element and seed of fire, and let us assign the element which was next in the order generation to air and the third to. This is a complicated text, but it deserves to be read. Actually, what we have here, universe associated with sphere. Let us associate universe with sphere. 4 elements with triangle, and regards how can I say, creative devices. Square is a creative device associated with the 4 elements. Basically, you get this idea from Timaeus' dialogue. In regard to astronomical connection, actually in medieval age, cosmology, astronomy, science were not separate realms of knowledge altogether. They were embedded and named, as all you know, ilim. Ilim is not something separated from religion, from cosmology, from scientific research. Ilim is everything, knowledge itself. Then we shouldn't do this today and attach cosmology, negative or non-scientific values, which did not exist in medieval age. You know this kind of diagrams from medieval text. This is from Al-Burini. And we have the Earth at the center and orbits of the planets, one above the other. In Aristotle's cosmology, so in that of Al-Burini, the moon marks the boundary between the world of change and the incorruptible heavens. And above it lie the unchanging heavenly spheres, and below it the world of generation and corruption. So as for the moon itself, it's a non-luminous globular body, and its brightness is due to the rays of the sun, and so forth. You can read later on if you like. Yeah, this is a diagram from Kitab al-Tafhim li Avail Sinat al-Tanjin, the book of instruction in the elements of art of astrology, and these are the planets, one above the other, leading to God at the uppermost dimension. Then there is a hierarchy in creation, which is dealt with by Ibn Sina, from God to the down to the earth, a hierarchy of creatures from pure being itself, from first intellect, the necessary being, to the others altogether. We have a lineage of creation. Creative forces created the elements of the universe. This is the cosmology. First intellect, from first intellect to the 10th intellect. Heavens are as such, from the heaven of heavens to heaven of signs of zodiac, and the intellect that generated those different dimensions. Then we have a cosmogeny, also in relation to the formation of the universe. And this is an information from Sayyid Hüseyin Nasr's Islamic cosmological doctrines. The body formed in this way, going through the geometrical shapes from the most perfect circle, then triangle, and final square, was purified, and out of the part with the greatest degree of purity, the highest heavens was formed, to which the intellect and soul became attached. From up to down, from down to up, there is a twofold movement. Actually, circle, triangle, and square, circle up, triangle middle, and the square down, in a way reproduces qualities like earth, square, triangle, 4 elements. Mukarnas is an outcome of that. And the dome, which is the circle at the top, it is a microcosmic unit which reproduces macrocosmos, and beyond macrocosmos, of course, the creator of all. Then, specifically speaking, Mukarnas of triangular units or of triangles, let me say as such, is a symbol of the intermediary realm, is a symbol of the 4 elements. All right, let me go past these information about the Earth, creation of it. Of course, these kind of hierarchical structural systems of medieval age based upon Plato, later Plotinus specifically. According to Plotinus, by means of intellect, one turns into an idea or form, which is symbol of unity. Then with spirit, it turns into form of the matter, unity in plurality, and matter, which is plurality. This kind of a concept later inspired Wahdat al-Wujud theory, unite of beings of Sadruddin Konevi, Ibn al-Arabi, and many other Islamic philosophers, in a way inspired by this structured universe. Various Mukarnas in this scheme. I'm now thinking it. I haven't thought about it before. Is it at the level of idea form? It's a question mark, of course. These kind of attachments shouldn't be made. I refrain myself doing this kind of direct associations with any cosmological notion, and architectural forms. It's because we don't have a proof, a kind of artists or architects, designers thought or theory support it. And Farabi's emanation from the up to the lowermost domain is a kind of advancement, enhancement of Plotinus' way of emanation. Al-Arabi employed it in his cosmology. As you can see, how spread is this cosmological understanding of a universe with stages, with layers, and the qualities attached to the elements of that. And ascension theme, of course, Prophet's ascension to heavens, what we name Miraj, Isra and Miraj, following it all together, is a embodiment of these relationship between domains. And this miniature painting gives us the levels of the planets associated with prophets, and the Masjid Kaaba, like Masjid altogether, is the beginning point. Then you go through the stages to arrive. But remember, Karatay Madrasa with the inscription signaling the domain of God above the heavens. In a way, we can regard Karatay Madrasa Dome or Alhambra Ambassador's Hall Dome as a representation of this great starry heaven, where we have Felekul Eflak, we say in Arabic, different levels leading to top. When you analyze Mukarnas' use in architecture, we understand that it is a part of a program. It's a part of a program. It is either over gates, windows, between different realms, cornices separating dome, upper dome, and the lower supporting unit. What I mean is that in this program, Mukarnas has a place, and this place is in tune with the conceptual background I have been dealing until now. I mean, that could be attached to Mukarnas, an intermediary. Can I say a kind of device through which access to God is possible, or the starry heaven with the orbits of the planets, the Felekul Falak, and you can go up through it. This is the use of the Mukarnas, for example, by Sinan. If you analyze Sinan Selimiye, Sinan Süleymaniye, great mosques by Sinan, you always find Mukarnas in appropriate place. Not on the earth, on the dado of a wall, on the floor, or in the courtyard. No, it's always either on a capital, column capital, on a cornice, on a gate, niche, over a window. I mean, on the mihrab, always at a level, at a place that connects different domains. And here we have a very interesting mukarnas, Karaman Hatune Madrasa, in which we have secretary, eagles, you see. These motifs are associated with this domain. Eagle, gate of heavens, sultan, symbol of the power of the divine, and also earthly power, shadow of God. Altogether, I know them from my studies on such eagle. It's a post cosmological symbol. And three, from the tree of light of ancient Sumerians to medieval tree of life. We have a great history for that. And in Quran, we have Sidratul Muntaha, the tree of the utmost limit, the tree of the limit to which Prophet Muhammad traveled during Miraj. And here we have this tree, the target of the Miraj, target of the ascension at the top of this mukarnas. Why? Why not other motives, but those which are cosmologically meaningful, like the eagle, like the tree? Altogether, mukarnas says us something. And this something is part of the cosmology of 10th and 11th century Islamic world. Here in this example, mukarnas niches take in animals, running animals. And we know from the art of metal and the use of these animals on the metal artifacts from 11th, 12th, and 13th century Islamic world, they symbolize planets. Running animals symbolize rotating planets, and inclusion of them in these mukarnas segments is meaningful. It is because what we have here, this domain, beyond the earth, this intermediary realm, beyond which is the divine. And another example from Seljuk Anatolia, two examples actually. Hüdavend Hatun Türbe and Döner Kümbet, one in Niğde, the other in Kayseri. In both, mukarnas is in the appropriate place at the top, at the top between the upper zone and the lower zone. Here in this case, we have the same on the drum of the dome. Altogether, this is a program, and this program never dissociate itself from the cosmological understanding of the time. Everything is in place. There is a program in Seljuk architecture, a program of decoration. Decoration is not to decorate. Decorate is to attach meaning to architecture, together with descriptions, of course. It's a great tradition, really, from this perspective. My view is that poetic images and or spiritual dimensions of the mukarnas are indirect. It remains more fictive when contrasted to medieval scholars' understanding of underlying structural systems based upon geomantic observations. Divine meaning and science were not disassociated in medieval times, so modern disassociation of them in terms of mukarnas leads to nowhere. So we need to study scientific cosmological conceptual backgrounds, which also influence philosophy, to understand formation and use of the mukarnas. Thank you very much for the invitation, Sabri. And I would like to pay my respects to the audience and my colleagues in this seminar. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Peker, for a great presentation. We are at the 6:30 mark. We actually scheduled to give a break, and we have actually finished the first session, which had 3 presentations. So we'll give a break of 30 minutes, and we will be back at 7 p.m. And we're going to have Sema Alaçam's and Mostafa Alani's presentations, followed by a Q&A session. So we'll see you at 7 p.m. Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm also checking YouTube. Let's see. There might be some latency. Okay, great. So we finished a really fascinating first session, presentations by Mine Özkar and Ali Uzay Peker. And we gave a break, and in the second module, we're going to have presentations by Sema Alaçam and Mostafa Alani, followed by a Q&A session. And the next presentations will approximately spend, I think, for an hour. So we'll be here again at 8 p.m. In our Istanbul time for the Q&A session. So without further ado, I'll let the floor to Sema.
Thank you, Sabri. Let me check the screen sharing. Okay, is it okay with the screen? Can you all see?
Yeah.
Okay. Hello again. It's a pleasure for me to be a part of this event. So the title of my presentation, Mathematics in Selçuk Architecture, is quite general, as you might notice, for an half an hour talk. So let me share some directions that might help me to narrow down this subject. The geographical or period constraints might be a part of it, the typology, scale, material could be a part of this journey that we narrow down the topic. The mathematics can be considered as an abstract object, as an a priori knowledge, and as embodied concepts that provides new opportunities and meanings in each interaction. Within this talk. So, there is no unique consensus on the geographical boundaries of Selçuk Empire. The boundaries, of course, have been changing by time. And regarding the geographical constraints, please take this map as a base that we can talk on instead of a concrete contour of a geography. Some cities were more prominent than the others at that times. To give some examples, including Konya, Kayseri, Erzurum, Sivas, Malatya, Ahlat in Anatolian Selçuk part, and Esfahan, that I will share some examples, images from the Great Selçuk dynasty part. We can list some of the cities like that. This and the following 4 slides, you can see the photos I took in Esfahan 6 years ago. These photos are from Cami Mosque of Esfahan. Probably, or of course, there must have been some interventions by time or later editions, but I preferred to share the dates that as I have reached the first construction dates of the buildings. So we see another sequence of images from Cami Mosque of Esfahan, including some material effects or a changing let's say, permeability of the walls, or some use of the bricks as a decorative material on the surface. Or one could talk about, from the mathematical perspective, it can be possible to work on in the spatial relationships regarding interior and exterior, or how the void is used can be considered. So these photos are still from this like neighborhood and square of Esfahan. Esfahan is also called Nefsi Cihan, that means the hub of the world. Regarding the Great Selçuk time buildings, there are of course later additions such as Shah Mosque from the 16th century, or Ali Kapı as another famous building. Now going back to, not back maybe, going to Anatolian part, you see an image from the İnce Minareli Medrese from Konya from 13th century, and timberwork. And maybe another famous or well-known example from the Selçuk time, İnce Minareli Medrese and the brickwork. So, let me share the questions. I have been interested in what is the level of mathematics knowledge at that period. How or in which ways mathematics has been reflected in architectural practice? And what are the current studies that approach Selçuk architecture from a mathematical perspective? I will be talking on. As background highlights, there has been an intense and systematic translation activity in the 9th and 10th centuries from Greek to Arabic, as you can see, including the Euclid's, the elements, the data, the optics, and Archimedes manuscripts, and there are more, of course, but the background just introduces these ones as a part of translation period. And four of the well-known mathematicians can be listed as Al-Harazmi, Al-Biruni, Ömer Hayyam, and Al-Kashi. Al-Kashi provides us revisiting the other mathematicians in his manuscripts, including Abu Wafa and their contribution, which like much more, including Ömer Hayyam and Al-Biruni, which have lived during the, let's say, beginning of the Great Selçuk period. And an interest, I borrowed the background's mathematicians term, but let's take it as not only mathematicians, but also blah blah. But also we can put astronomers, geographers, cartographers, and like in Al-Biruni's case, pharmacologists or experts on gems. And regarding the cartography, we have we encounter unique contributions from that time, like Al-Harazmi's arithmetics, Al-Biruni's new ways of taking projection, namely azimuthal equidistant projection and globular projection, and it is later called egocentric projection as well. And Al-Biruni has been lived in also in the Indian part and work on Sanskrit text, and so many other expertise. Al-Harazmi had a great contribution on decimal arithmetics and also decimal fractions. That has been helpful later for Al-Kashi to calculate the circumferences of a circle with 16 decimal numbers. Also, it has been helpful for systematize a procedural approach on the calculations as well. Also, Ömer Hayyam has very valuable contributions, including use of motion in geometry. Another atmospheric element of that period is those mathematicians have been dealt with the earlier manuscripts of ancient Greek mathematics and made unique contributions on that. For example, Ömer Hayyam had some critiques on Euclid's postula, and he has written the explanation of the difficulties in the postulates of Euclid in that time. Also, they have been concerning these proportion, ratio, the perimeter of a circle, and also projection from a sphere onto, let's say, planar surfaces. So to summarize this period, there had been some physical devices for enables analog computing. This has been including Ptolemy's, in the next slide we will be seeing Ptolemy's epicycle concept, and physically imitates this process. Arithmetics of a decimal system and decimal fractions, creation of algebra, spherical trigonometry calls Berggren as a unique contribution of that time. New map projection, as I have been mentioned before, and creation of procedures for finding numerical solutions for equations. So this was the, let's say, part of the like mathematics knowledge of that time, as we can see from the manuscripts and the secondary and third resources. One of the physical device that calculates the locations of moon, earth, and sun is called equatorium, which has been used as for analog computing. And it borrows the Ptolemy's epicycle concept. It means a turning cycle around another horizon, and then you can track the horizon according to this double motion, like a turning cycle and turning around another cycle. So it creates a kind of motion included and continuous curvature. Another thing to mention, Al-Kashi's Gelosia. Gelosia, or maybe forgive me for my bad pronunciation, maybe it is called Gelosia or something else. It's another method which utilizes sexagesimal system. So what one can do with a sexagesimal system, I thought when I first saw, it has been used for calculations for time, like minutes, hours, seconds, and using arithmetic calculations for time-based actions. Another procedural description by Al-Kashi is extraction of the fifth root, and later Berggren has visited these manuscripts and turned those descriptions into an algorithm and provided more contemporary explanations for this root extraction process. Here, apart from the decimal fraction, an important concept for maybe us and probably for them is approximation. Instead of each time providing the precise solutions, the efforts to reach an approximate results and using the decimal arithmetics for this approximation. Another contribution, as I mentioned, Al-Bruni's mapping, starting from a center. It's called like egocentric map. In a previous publication, we have shared them together with Mercator's and Euler's projection methods. So the Al-Bruni's egocentric map is on the left side. And of course, azimuthal equidistant projection and also globular projection. He made specific contribution to the maths. So from those points, as also Mine highlighted in the previous talks, Özdural, rest in peace, have introduced a question like, what is the interaction between the mathematician and artisan in the medieval Islamic world? And based on Al-Kashi's manuscripts, and Al-Kashi's explanations in relation to Abul Wafa, he provides a detailed description for how the mathematicians describe the ways of making to the artisan. One of the famous method is cut and paste method. In this method, you can take an initial square or a series of squares, and with cut and paste and then rotate methods, one can achieve other squares out of it. And also from Al-Kashi's manuscript, we can see that there are detailed descriptions and some equations with roots and cut and paste method, the basic methods. And also an interesting question, what happens when the ideal mathematical explanation doesn't fit to the on site? When the gap appears between the mathematical calculations and the making practice, the artisans make their own decisions to fulfill the gaps and continue the production process, as Özdural introduces us. So another thing is, of course, rotation operation. And from this manuscript, we also see that the cubic equations were used in the projections and the calculations of that time. So that time means in Abu Wafa's time, the 10th century, and regarding the Al-Kashi, the 15th century. So coming to the final part, how can we revisit those information or those source, the rich data source, the Selçuk architecture with the concepts of today? There are a variety of studies which deal with the built environment, building scale, or the geometry in the period of Selçuk architecture, or there are a series of studies revisiting the Selçuk architecture with computational tools. To mention some of them, self-similarity, symmetry, projection-based pattern generation, rule-based generative approaches, algorithmic approach, entropy calculation can be listed among the novel, some of the novel studies. So, one of the, again, recent but earlier study by Kojli includes the different projection methods and some procedural methods to calculate the projection of the domes on a planar surface in their studies, and how to generate those patterns by using equilateral polygons, how to draw those polygons by using compass. And again, they give reference to Altaş's manuscript and how those calculations were made in the earlier times. And in comparison to this, they provide those drawings. And as Sabri mentioned, one of the null abstraction of the maybe Mukarnas structure has been introduced by Harmson, which also takes the flow of or reminds the structural force flow diagrams and decoding the Mukarnas through them. So there are only a few examples. One is by me, Ethem Gürer, Orkan Güzelcan, Zeynep Bacınoğlu. We have been working on using the knowledge extracted from the Mukarnas structure, not only from Masuma Fatime, Masume Shirin, but also there had been other examples that we have studied. And from those examples, if it's whether it might be possible to generate a bifurcation based or folding based algorithm that might be used in form finding. Another study is introduced by Halili and colleagues, focusing on symmetry, geometric, they call centeredness, and generation of motifs by using a rule-based system, a generative approach to represent and regenerate motifs by using computational methods. Another recent work is introduced by Muratzadeh and Ebrahimi in Nexus Journal of Architecture. They are looking to the same content, but from another, a different perspective, projection of the higher dimensions onto planar surfaces. And if they can use this as a way of generating patterns. Relatedly, I should mention the Jean-Marc Castells' work, some of his valuable, notable works. He has been working on Mukarnas patterns, not only Mukarnas patterns, but also Grih and Zelish patterns in comparison with quasi-crystalline patterns. And he has been examined the ways to remap or generate those patterns by using some algorithms. And among them, let's say he has been also focusing the part-tool relationship, inflation and deflation, so self-similarity problem, scalability problem. Translation of these geometrical knowledge from one domain to another, and also mapping these. Apart from projection of n-dimensional cube, rotated cube with an irrational angle onto 2D planar surface. I think he hasn't published this, but I had a opportunity to use the interface that he developed, and it has a parameter of 99 degree that can be projected onto surface, and I should confess I'm really impressed from that interface. Merve Akdoğan, who completed his master thesis with me, worked on not directly on Selçuk architecture, but this projection and higher dimensions matter, and representation of higher dimensions and generation of 2D pattern interactively, a kind of user interface she introduced to play with these, the fourth dimension and tesseracts, using tesseracts to achieve 2D patterns. Another work, recent work, Orkan Güzelci, me, and Asena Kumsalcan, and others, let's say, have been working on the representation problem of how to decode and calculate the entropy of a given Mukarnas. We have examined with the assumption of shape, edge, neighborhood calculation, in terms of vertical and horizontal, we called it, by using Shannon's entropy equation, and achieved some valuable outcomes. So this is some screenshots from the interface, how the entropy value is calculated. And last but not least, I think this must be the last slide, yes. And Ağırbaş has introduced a recent study in which she presents a rule-based system to generate patterns on the surfaces of those let's say stones. So we can consider this as a like rule-based generative approach regarding the recent works. So thank you for your listening. I would not steal from the time of Mostafa, Alani, and would like to share the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Sema. Let's switch to Mostafa, Alani.
All right. Thank you, Sabri, and thank you, everyone. Let me just try to share my screen here. And I would like to check that I am sharing the right screen. Okay. Just to double check, you have seen only one screen, not two screens. Sabri?
Yeah,
Yes.
we can see it. Yes.
All right, good. Okay, just one sec. All right, good evening, everyone, and thank you all for having me here today. So my presentation today will cover analytical aspect, generative processes, and practical aspects related to geometry in Islamic patterns and architecture in general. So first, I would like to talk about my research in Islamic geometric patterns, and then I would like to discuss how this research kind of led to my current investigation of dynamic environments. So for the past few years, I've been researching the computational nature of Islamic geometric patterns, the IGB for short. And more specifically, I was looking on the development of digital kind of infrastructure that incorporate computations and the investigation of historical designs in a way that goes beyond digitization or archiving and can be used as an analytical instrument. So historically, Islamic art and architecture, as many of us agree, I think, took advantage from the mathematics of its age. The enormous diversity of complex forms that exist are a product of mathematical and geometrical advancements as discussed in the available historical documentation. One such document is ما يحتاجه الصناع من أعمال الهندسة on the geometric construction necessary for artisans by Abu al-Wafa al-Bushjani. And kind of this manuscript shows how mathematicians collaborated with artisans to explore new relationships and perfect designs. Therefore, I think limiting Islamic architecture to particular kind of compositional characteristics neglects the intellectual process responsible on producing these designs. Then the inquiry, I think, goes beyond existing examples and examine the emergence and evolution of these architectural geometries. Such an approach, I believe, would re-establish an open-ended search for form and make an Islamic architecture and geometric patterns kind of an active contributor to the global architecture. I hope toward the end of my presentation, I'll be able to show how I worked toward that in one way or another. So in my research, I got inspired by Albert Dürer and Darcy Thompson's work on morphology, and morphology is defined as the scientific study of form that emphasizes continuity and form mutation. Dürer kind of morphed an image of a human face through manipulating a hypothetical grid, producing a series of faces with the aim of understanding how different forms relate to each other. In A Growth of Form, Darcy Thompson compared the shapes of different species. In one example, he deformed the shape of mammal skull to transform one into another. Kind of Thompson argued that there is something essential in all of these related forms that is not changed by the deformation, what he calls topological similitude. These two studies on morphology help me to understand form, origin, or evolution and devolution. In addition to that, my research, the underlying theoretical framework of my research kind of built on the writings of French philosopher Gilles Deleuze, who kind of argued that forms we observe in reality are an actualized status of an idea, and that is the generative process is capable of producing other possibilities of what Deleuze has identified as virtual reality. So in my research, I was primarily kind of focusing on building a nonlinear reading of the history of the IGB based on mathematics and morphology that kind of complements historians' chronological and geographical approaches. So I started in my research collecting my data. I was primarily focusing on hexagonal IGB. I employed non-probabilistic purposive sampling that tracked survived design. The literature review played a central role in guiding the data search process. Data were collected from photographs gathered from books, journal articles, library archives, authoritative websites, and so on. I kind of later organized my data in terms of repeat units and repetitive structure and highlighting the fundamental unit in a way similar to what you see here in this slide. I started analyzing the collected data. I started by determining the symmetry group type, which helped me to determine the fundamental unit. And from the data I collected, I found that 93% of the collected IGB fall within the P63M symmetry, but I still have some examples from the other symmetry groups. So I started developing a mathematical description to code the collected designs. The mathematical description exploit symmetry information and constructional components within the fundamental unit, points on their kind of relationships to develop a deterministic simulation model that outputs a geometric pattern based on an input of a representational code. So, and I've kind of identified this repeating pattern in the collected data. That is, the patterns, each geometry would contain within the fundamental unit a series of polylines, and the polylines would have a series of points within them. And based on that, the description, or the parametric description or the mathematical description of the geometry could be expressed as followed by first having the symmetry group at the very beginning, and then to have kind of these blocks, sorry, that representing the location of the point within the fundamental in a sequence manner. In a way similar to what's shown here at the bottom. So to verify the ability of the code to describe the IGB, kind of a simple simulation program was developed in processing programming language. The program reads the representational codes and visualizes the design. Now, I just realized it's not playing, just one sec. Yeah, so the program has kind of an additional morphing functionality that performs through changing the values of the representational code, as shown here in the slide. And this actually showed me that design are related to each other structurally. So in the preliminary version of the parametric kind of exploration, I started to realize that the geometry at the top of this slide, which was originally identified in Ibn Tulun Mosque in Egypt, when we take it and manipulate the values of the points, we will be able to kind of reach into other variation of these designs that historically existed. Okay, so kind of this raised the question of what is still kind of what kind of structural relationship that exists between the designs. So in the second phase of the study, I kind of used content analysis to identify these morphological similarities. So I kind of identified two content categories. So the first one is the kind of the identical category, and then the structural equivalency. And the question that kind of developed these two categories are the frequency of the replicated designs and the kind of structural equivalency, or the frequency of the structural equivalency of the patterns. And kind of these two categories are both based on the Deleuzian virtual actual conceptual framework. And I started to use them to develop the search kind of algorithm to search into the parametric description that I described earlier. So in the identical kind of match, or the identical category, the search was for the frequency of occurrence of replicated hexagonal IGB. Now, I only looked at the geometric lines without any embellishments or any other colors, which could play, could have the result differ, but my primarily focus was on the geometry itself. So based on the examination of the 273 designs that I collected, I found kind of 66% of the data was at least have one kind of replicated design, while 33% wasn't kind of replicated. So in the structural equivalency category, kind of the search for morphological correlation departs from the identification of identical forms, and the search here is for matches in the internal arrangements of the constructional component. So the matching process is implemented in 4 levels. In level 1, the representational code is examined to compare the value and sequence of the angle parameter. And the result is 44% of the data kind of at least structurally equivalent to another design on this level. And here, if you look at the bottom of the slide, you can see that I'm primarily focusing in the comparison on the angles rather than the distances or how far the point is from the center of the design. And when compare the angles with other design, you kind of able to see how these designs relate to each other. And in the level 2, the presentational codes is compared by searching for similar sequences of the constructional components, regardless of the angle value. And it was found that 76% of the data share the same structure with at least another one design. And again, as you see here, I'm primarily concerned with the amount of points within the polyline, and I'm not in this level is not concerned with looking at what amount of what is the actual value of these points, but just the amount of the points and kind of the intersection of the polylines. And in this structural equivalency of level 3, the code is compared searching for designs that share the same specific morphological group. I mean, by specific morphological group is focusing on the intersection between the polyline, regardless of what is the amount of points within each polyline. So you can compare two designs and see more amount of points in the other. And the result is 86% of the designs share their structure with at least one another design. And you can see how this design is morphologically related to another design based on that kind of construct. Now in level 4, the structural equivalency, the code is compared searching for similar polyline counts, regardless of what kind of points, what kind of intersections that happening with each polyline. So the result is 94% share their structure with at least one another design. And this actually shows how the animation of the slides shows how the most simplest design is pattern, which is construct 2 points and one polyline and one line, relates to the more complex design, the most complex design I identified in my data, which is this one. That is, both of them consist of a single polyline, yet one with more kind of intersections and more points. Now, the results from the previous section shows kind of how designs become more morphologically related as we approach kind of the virtual dimension. The result is the amount of more kind of structural equivalency and increases as we approach that kind of more relaxed search algorithm, is that all of the previous levels is kind of count in the subsequent level, because it's kind of qualified for structural equivalency of level 2, and level 2 qualified for structural equivalency of level 3. As we do that, we kind of our matches increases, and designs become more and more related as we approach that. And the flow chart shown here shown in this slide kind of explain the morphological similarities and kind of shows how we can establish this relationship between all of the designs. And you can basically see at the top here the 5 kind of symmetry groups: the P6M, P6, P3, P3, 1M, P3, M1. And basically my data span through all of these symmetry groups. And then within each one of these groups, you can see the letter A, B, C, and so on. And this basically a representation of the amount of polylines. And beneath that, you can see the amount of kind of intersection within each. You kind of see this kind of branching, describing the amount of intersection between the polyline or the polylines. And the data is organized based on the segment count beneath that. Now, this is another way to represent the morphological group, and this kind of morphological classification of hexagonal IGB reveals the existence of gaps in the currently existing survived designs, at least with the data I collected. Yet the way this kind of system or the organization of the IGB will be able to handle more and more design, even if more argument, even if more designs to be identified. Now, as you can see, as I mentioned, this basically reveals a gap in the currently existing designs. Now, the analysis of the inner arrangements shows that the design morphology or methodology itself can fill all of the morphological groups, yet no actual cases were identified in some of the groups. It is possible that these gaps are the results of a lost or a never identified or thought of design. But in both cases, it could be considered as an opportunity to explore the possibility to either restore what is missing or to produce novel designs by visiting uncharted territories. So now I'm kind of using the generative adversarial networks to learn from historically existing IGB to synthesize novel, authentically looking geometric patterns. Now, I'm using here two neural networks, the generator and the discriminator. The generator start by creating a noise, a random noise, and then the generator sends to the discriminator, which in turn report the probability of if this image is real or not, or it's belonged to the data that is being provided. The generator progressively gets better to create more authentically designs, and even the discriminators get better to be able to discover fake design in a better way until we kind of reach a very good degree of the quality of the produced designs. Now, I experimented in different ways, and still this is an ongoing research. And as you can see, I kind of fed this data to the neural network. And as you can see, it's progressively learning, starting from scratch, and progressively learning that there is the hexagonal geometry, there is some lines that going on inside, and then it's kind of progressively gets better into creating kind of designs. Now, there are many factors that I'm still kind of try to solve in this research. One of them is the algorithm sometimes identify kind of a unique design or a new variation, but it's only changing the colors that I fed to the neural network. So the result are geometrically wise is still the same, but the colors are different. So it's playing with the colors, and this is kind of an issue that I'm trying to solve. And one way I'm trying to approach this is to use the description code I developed earlier rather than use the data itself. And hopefully that the code will be able to kind of generate a new variation by manipulating the numbers, not the images. Again, this is still an ongoing research, and it will be very interesting to hear what you think about it and see later on. Now, this is on the generative, on the analytical aspect of my research and the generative process, which is using artificial intelligence. But the dynamic nature of Islamic geometric patterns made me very interested in experimenting on how to take advantage of it. I started investigating how to construct physical metamorphosis of Islamic patterns. I started experimenting with foldable star patterns based on origami that sense the light and open and close, and trying to learn from the characteristics as patterns, their repeated, their repetitive structure, and things of that nature, to kind of build these structures. This has also led to my current research, which is the retessellate system. The retessellate system is kind of a modular dynamic surface reactive to socio-environmental condition. The kind of the structure of this system is comprised of modular programmable unit that can be stacked together and collectively construct surfaces that shapeshift in response to the surrounding physical and social conditions, with the aim of enhancing the link between the occupant and the physical environment. Now, two things in this research inspired me, primarily Islamic patterns, as I mentioned, geometric patterns, but also to utilize minimum inventory, maximum diversity design strategy, that is to have the least amount of units to build a variety of things. And the MC Escher drawing, the MC, which is shown at the bottom of this slide, and see how this kind of pattern kind of shape shift or transform as we follow the pattern. So I found it very interesting, and I found kind of a link into how we can take this further. And this just to show how kind of the sketching process, and how can, you know, moving from a two-dimensional pattern into a 3D model, and how to can later on work with that and have some, introduce some practical applications to it. And as you can tell, in architectural practice currently, this is an ongoing thing in many of the projects that we're currently seeing, as Al-Bahar Tower, as a Jan Novell works on the Abu Dhabi project, which is also using tessellations and Islamic patterns. So I found this very kind of motivating in my case. Anyway, this is just to show how the patterns are put together, and basically this unit, the same unit you can use to build all types of 3 regular tessellations, the triangular, the hexagonal, and the square-based, with the additional little bit of accessories. You can switch between those. But I would like to show a short clip now about the retessellate. So if you allow me to. I think that's it for me, and thank you. I know it's a little bit earlier, and I was trying really to keep my presentation short. Anyway, thank you.
That was great, Mostafa. Thank you very much for sharing your work.
Thank you.
I guess we could start the discussion Q&A. I'll also be checking the YouTube channel if we have any questions from our audience. If you're watching, you can leave your questions to our YouTube channel. Otherwise, I think we can discuss all the overlaps and all the innovative different approaches that we have presented today. I wanted to first summarize kind of the presentations that we saw today. I tried to initially present a computational investigation into the definition of or description of a Mukarnas archetype that I called as an M system in Kayseri and Sivas using recursive algorithms. Mine described the importance of physical construction in investigating cultural heritage works, and she also mentioned that physical construction aids visual planning in understanding computational aspects of shapes that drive parts and whole relationships. Uzay Peker offered a cosmological perspective that merged with the scientific approach, using proposing Mukarnas as a program of expression in its historical development. And he also made some key outlines linking Mukarnas, the morphology of Mukarnas, to other time periods and structures erected on Earth as well. And Sema gave an overall historical perspective of Seljuk geometric design, comparing geometric, generative, and entropy-based approaches. She also presented kind of the lineage of geography and history, and how mathematics draw the geometric innovation behind Islamic patterns. And in the final presentation, Mostafa Alani presented a computational approach investigating pattern similarity and symmetry group identification of Islamic geometric patterns with generative adversarial network and fabrication-based implementations. So I tried to summarize everybody's presentation in a sentence. I hope I was able to capture your valuable contribution into the field. So I have tons of questions, of course, but I would actually like to give the floor to maybe Professor Kaplan at this phase, because he also wanted to join our Q&A. Maybe he has some further remarks on the topics that we shared today, and maybe he has some questions for us, so we can start with you, Professor Kaplan. Thank you.
First, I will unmute. I mean, it's a hard thing to lead off, because I have, because the talk spanned a pretty wide range of topics, and there's no, I don't think there's any one set of questions that can catch all of them. And never mind the fact that my own personal knowledge of these topics is highly variable. I mean, even though I've been working on Islamic geometric patterns for many years, I actually have done very little with Mukarnas, for example. So I'm aware of them and I understand some of the basics, but I'm hardly an expert on them. But I mean, thank you for having me here, and I really enjoyed these talks, and I learned a lot. I definitely have some materials from my reading list, which is already too long, but things that I should catch up on and read. Where can I start? Maybe one theme that I saw across a few people, it would be the use of AI techniques in the context of analyzing and synthesizing Islamic art. So I'm curious how people have, how people regard the value of modern deep learning techniques, and how they have caught up with the technology, and where they see the use of it going in the future. That would be something that I think multiple people would have an opinion on.
It was also a question I wrote down. Maybe Mostafa could enlighten us as well, because it's a topic that we have extensively discussed with Mine as well. I'm a bit of a skeptic in the terms of applying generative adversarial networks, because they're primarily driven by rasterized images, and they're pixel-based, and they're also developing computer science. So they actually lack kind of a deeper understanding of geometry and vector-based data. So like maybe Mostafa could give us some technical insight to the matter as well. I'm curious to hear what he would say, because I'm more interested in whether the type of data that we acquire from historical works, they could be implemented as a geometry-based adversarial network or something like that, or whether Mostafa sees kind of a limitation to the rasterized approach.
I actually agree with you, and I'm encountering currently, as I mentioned, part of this research is published, but the other part is still under work in progress. I'm experimenting some issues with it, and I'm trying, as I mentioned in my presentation, maybe it is possible to shift from kind of working with the images itself and to try to work with kind of abstract the designs into numbers and try to work with numbers and then recreate designs based on those numbers. And this is basically what I hope that the description I kind of presented earlier in my presentation would kind of help me to, because currently I have a database of these geometric patterns coded. This is how I compared them. This is how I kind of morphed one into the other from the numbers, not from the geometry. So I do agree, yes, there is some problems with the images, with the image-based approach, and maybe to shift into numbers would be kind of more helpful to create designs, and also basically to know if we created something new, because we need to compare them, right? We need to compare them with the database and know if we generated something authentic or something new. I know it's controversial because creating something new, is it really new? And maybe it's existed, maybe we didn't, find it, but it's going to be interesting to experiment with that.
That was one of the questions I had, but maybe I can direct another question that was, we were actually prematurely discussing this with Mina before the symposium started, but one thing we discovered in our research was, based on our analysis, we were starting from the center of the Muqarnas, which is all the way on the top, and we are going down. So we are literally doing a top-down approach, but in the sense of we're going against gravity. And we actually found some pretty consistent symmetrical development that becomes irregular towards the bottom layers of the Muqarnas where it meets the square base. So as Mina mentioned in her presentation, she highlighted the aspects of physical construction, but I was wondering what your thoughts would be in terms of maybe Muqarnas, because I was kind of fascinated. We of course don't know how it's constructed, and there could be some innovative approaches to its construction, but it seems pretty illogical to me that a system starts irregular and then ends up regular, because that's kind of what we got from our research. Like it, on the top of the Muqarnas, it's pretty irregular, like the angles and the geometric distribution of parts are following all the symmetry axis, but as it meets the square base, then you see a lot of irregularities happening. And we have shown you the examples that were more regular, but we have found examples where there were a lot of different angles at the bottom. So the stones were customized and cut to fit into those areas. So it kind of makes me curious to see that why would a mason, like a stone mason, would start cutting an arbitrary angled irregular piece at the bottom if he was constructing it from bottom to top. So I was wondering what thoughts you might have on that.
Well, I can only have thoughts, I guess, because I'm not an expert on Muqarnas, and as I mentioned before to you in person, maybe this will shed light on how we look at the construction of Muqarnas historically. I mean, I haven't looked at any evidence to show that it's a bottom-up construction. If there is any, then we should perhaps reconsider. I mean, when Uzay Peker is mentioning it's always a part of a program, I'm thinking it's a part of a structural program as well as a spatial program, as well as meaningful program, meaning program, whatever. So perhaps it was a way to mitigate between the imperfections of the structure below moving up to the perfect top. Again, in reference to the, the layering, the meaningful layering. But to tell you the truth, my approach would be to dig deep into the historical evidence if there is any on construction, and there's little evidence on building technologies of the periods. Maybe looking at the Ottoman period, which provides a bit more evidence on building technology, could help.
Well, that's interesting actually to think about it that way. But you also mentioned a dome a picture from 11th century, I believe. That no, it was like it was built on the floor and then it was lifted.
Oh, right. Yes. So, I mean, this is informal talk because I have no, I mean, I'm going to disclaim any, real knowledge from this. But I was thinking maybe, there's this hype about the hanging chains of Gaudi in architectural history, where structurally things are built upside down and then turned around and put up. And I was mentioning to Sabri, what if this was the way the mukarnas were built? First on the ground and then toppled upside down and placed in position. But I have no evidence to back this up. But the only reasoning I thought so, if these are, I've been thinking about this for other constructed panels as well in Islamic pattern construction on wall surfaces or on dome surfaces. I've seen a picture, a black and white photograph from 1909 or 1910 when there was a restoration going on in Iran, and an orange slice of the dome was on the ground on a formwork. It's huge and it's curved interior because it's a formwork, I guess. Its curved interior is being worked on by a workman. So if that's going to be, craned up to the top of the building, why can't a mukarnas be? But that's all.
Well, that's great.
Yeah, I mean, that's also that could be it. And one thing that comes to my mind is what if because a lot of the structures Ali Uzay Peker also showed, they were built with brick, like they were, mukarnas was clad in kind of a bricked wall. So one thing, like based on your interpretation, what if you build the mukarnas from the face inward so that you could build the first arch that you see? So you build the top from the side and then you go inward. So that may actually cause some irregularity, because when I'm thinking of the key, like the mukarnas pieces are acting almost like keystones. So essentially you're looking at an archway. So you can actually build it almost like a beam, like a single beam on the face of the structure. And then you can kind of progress towards the interior, to the volume of it. That may lead to some irregularity, I presume. But of course, it's just a thought right now. Like I don't know how to prove this right now, but just seeing that there are some irregularities at the bottom, I'm wondering if it's mitigated with with kind of an irregular way of constructing it, constructing mukarnas. Like it doesn't have to be, I think it cannot be top down, because these are like stones that are stacked on top. But what if you build the arc that you see on the face of the structure? So at least you will have kind of a destination to go to for the layers. You would also see the heights of the layers, and then you would go inward. Like that might be interesting, because like how else would you also build an insight template for a three-dimensional ornamental structure in 12th century? Like, I guess that's the cosmological aspect of it.
I was wondering, Sabri, if you did, so your work primarily was analytic of the design. Did you also try to, at the very end of your presentation, you showed kind of some attempts to generate new kind of designs, right? Am I right?
Yes, yeah. Yes, absolutely. I mean, we are kind of looking at the parameter space of what the mukarnas could be in 3 dimensions, because we have spent a lot of time in dimensional reduction of generative algorithms, especially figuring out how the algorithm works with symmetry, notions of symmetry, because there are a lot of collisions and branching happening. So you have to keep track of. And I tend to be a bit conservative in terms of employing geometry before we try to automate it. So if things work constructively in geometry, then we can actually understand the rules and make it a bit simpler. And that's how we arrived at the phase where we are at the moment. But of course, there's still some way to cover, like basically finding other relationships between structures as well, because the two ones I showed you today, Shifai and Hacı Kılıç, they're actually built 30 years apart in two different cities, and they're pretty much closely related. They're like cousins. Yeah. So that also goes to show that probably these masons, either they had some, they exchanged some knowledge with other, apprentices, and these apprentices moved on to other cities and worked on these structures, and they implemented similar geometric figures. But I also like the intention of building something different at every time. So it makes you think that what is the overall system then? Like there needs to be an archetype, almost like there's like a geometric ruler these masons work with, so that they can vary the system.
Which is very interesting, I found, maybe going back to the point that Professor Kaplan mentioned earlier about the use of AI. Because currently with AI, we don't need to identify the rules ourselves. We only need to collect the data. So, and the system itself will be able to identify and kind of create its own rules. In your research case, I think it is possible to work with the 2D maps that you, I think, identified based on the existing examples. And then to kind of feed these images into a neural network or kind of any kind of generative system you would prefer, and explore with different possibilities, and maybe re-extract them or re-extrude them into three-dimensional kind of geometry. Maybe this would be another way. I'm not sure how this relates to your current work, but it's maybe another way into looking at it. Mm-hmm.
Maybe I can
actually, since Mostafa went back to Craig Kaplan's question about the AI, I can maybe say a few things about that. It's true, we collect the data, but if the data, okay, so the problems that we have been facing dealing with architectural heritage has been that, yes, I mean, there's not enough data. So we've been synthesizing our own data. Yeah. And also we've been searching for faster ways to label the data and meaningfully label the data. So that seems to be an interesting challenge. That's what I wanted to say.
I also try to highlight that, because like in our research we found, like we investigated, we document 22 Mukarnas structures, and normally you don't get a parameter space like that, like, so I was trying to make some comparison to entomologists or taxonomists collecting specimens, and normally they have to collect 10,000 data points to make an argument. We don't have that much data. So that's also a shortcoming of working with cultural heritage sites, because you don't get to see a lot of variation of these, and it becomes harder to train networks, I would presume.
I agree. I totally agree.
Sorry, I was just going to add one thing. And the data, the bits of data is huge versus, what the algorithms are used to. So that's what I wanted to add. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm actually encountering this now with my research. I currently collected 273 geometric patterns. I think in the case of geometric patterns might be a little bit, we can find more data, I would argue, especially if we look at the geometric pattern itself, the design itself, regardless of the colors and other things and the material. So that could add more to our data. In my case, I tried to port the designs. I was going to kind of flip the colors just to artificially kind of bump my data, and to see what is possible. But yeah, definitely agree. The data that we have might be limiting, which is going to be very interesting to see how we kind of overcome that. I mean, especially from the computer science side.
I actually had a question for Uzay, Peker. Maybe this could trigger some other conversation, but I actually didn't tell you about my background. I actually worked on morphogenesis as well, so I was really happy when Mostafa showed some morphology diagrams too. I actually worked on Goethe, Goethe's morphological writings, and developed some algorithms to investigate different architectural styles. So I was trying to arrive at the general theory of architectural form, but that was, I think, a bit too ambitious. And I'm still doing pyramids, so that's I think kind of leading me towards the same direction. But anyway, in Uzay Peker's presentation, there was a definite extension to cosmology, astrology, and kind of the spirituality. I would say, like kind of a top-down approach. From like I would say that the way the creation, like our creation, mimics almost the creation process of God, right? So there's this top-down approach is mimicked in our production of muqarnas or other types of dome structures with penetrating light through them. So I was wondering, like, whether that's you see that as more spiritually linked to the way we maybe developed architecture throughout the course of history, or it is an innate epigenetic approach that we maybe share with nature and we try to mimic. So I know this is a kind of a theory heavy and maybe tricky question to answer, but I'm also investigating generative archetypes for architectural morphology. So seeing similar morphological structures like pyramids, ziggurats, or Mayan Aztec structures that have emerged in different parts of the world with similar morphological approaches to how we construct physical entities, that somehow leads me towards kind of asking this question, whether there's kind of a unitary archetype you think for architecture.
Actually, medieval cosmology is based upon geomancy. I mean, observation of nature, and the concepts employed, developed, and then employed, borrowed from thoughts on nature. I mean, it is a scientific approach, observation of nature, and an earth-centered system. And, you know, the position of the divine, the place of the divine in the universe altogether are not only spiritual or religious questions. They are scientific questions. They were, maybe not today much, but in medieval age, they were scientific questions. I mean, the medieval cosmology and ancient cosmology as well, all based upon scientific research. And we cannot disassociate scientific research from cosmological, astrological, astronomical research. I mean, for medieval men, they were all embedded, and whatever they thought upon nature, expressed with concepts and center of the world, you know, layers of the universe, and architecture and arts reflected it, you know, inescapably. And there is a theory named parallel development theory from Middle America to India, from India to Japan. Nature inspired similarly. I mean, and this inspiration source in a way created a similar cosmogony and cosmology altogether, explain what is going on around. I mean, it's an approach close to Earth itself, instead of an artificial, you know, one created in the urban civilizations after 15th century in the world. I mean, actually, then these parallel developments reached to similar conclusions, like the pyramids of Egypt, or ziggurats in Mesopotamia and Middle America. Altogether, we have very similar dispositions. Maybe you are not aware of shadow theater in Java. Shadow theater in Java employs the same symbols that we find in the solar symbolism in Middle East. I mean, sun gate, the divinity beyond the sun gate. Altogether, many other elements we have. And similarity between Mukarnas, ziggurat, and mountain, sacred mountain as an image, is not extraordinary. I mean, this is normal since human beings all over the world based upon their cosmology on the observation of nature without the involvement of astronomical devices, eyewitness. And if you are eyewitness of the Earth and you look at the world around us from your window now, you would see the Earth at the center and sun circumambulating it. Without devices, astronomical devices, you would just say so. And this was so until the 15th century, and cosmological thought based upon the reality of a Earth-centered universe. I mean, without taking care of this, we cannot understand the meanings and why these architectural forms created and being used. This is my personal conviction after having studied. By the way, sorry, please go on, and then I will.
Yeah, these are all personal convictions. This is also a hunch of mine. So I also looked at Renaissance writings and French or Polytechnique. The archetype is developed by there are a lot of speculations on the origin of architecture. Logier thinks it's archetype given by nature when people first people saw kind of a roof on top of a tree structure. That's what they thought as architecture. But I tend to think that there needs to be further depth than that, right? So we are probably given the rules of producing archetypal forms, but I'm wondering also how that ties to aesthetics, because replicating similar rules in different parts of the world probably says something about how we are made, and also how we perceive forms, so that we build what's aesthetically pleasing to us. In that sense, a 12th century, 13th century Mukarnas structure built in Anatolia kind of mimics a 5000 BC Egyptian pyramid or Aztec ziggurat versus a Gothic cathedral in 13th, 14th century. So there are similar rules. Also, I mean, I don't want to stretch this here, but we also had Ali Uzay Peker for another presentation this semester. I taught a studio on mosques. And we also looked at Sinan, and we were speculating whether Mukarnas also gives kind of a almost like a recipe for how the stacking of structural elements of a mosque should be organized. So Sinan's innovation actually is derived from the innovation or technological development of Selçukid Mukarnas. So I'm wondering, how much consistency is there?
Actually, medieval aesthetics is an escape. I mean, since it's artificial and based upon Euclidean geometry altogether, it's an abstraction of the natural organic world around us. It's an escape from the realities of life at the same time. And spiritualism starts from here. I mean, from the abstracted designs, employed in order to, inhabit the world. I mean, house is a specific example with 4 walls and the roof altogether is an abstracted, niche taken from nature. It's a cave is a beginning, but later on turned out to be a geometrical unit. And as I tried to explain how spiritual meanings attached by Plato to geometrical forms, even though there is no direct relationship between a square and anything in nature, I mean, observed by man. Then this abstraction is closely tied to spiritualism, to divinity, and facilitated an escape. And medieval aesthetics is also an escape from nature. This is a kind of in-between realm, I mean, an intermediate realm, a berza, I mean, where communication is possible. It is neither nature itself nor divinity, but as artificial realm created by man. Then there is two horizons here. One is a cosmological thought based upon nature, but transformed as an escape from it by means of geometry, where an intermediary realm is created for communication. This is what I see when I deal with architectural design. Maybe this word escape is romantic from one perspective, but
in
but
terms of
no,
communication, do you mean aesthetic communication? Because like
yes,
I
yes,
also
of
beg to
course,
ask the question of how do we identify a Seljuk
yes, of
Seljuk
course.
architecture? Like you know, there are certain aesthetic properties that we recognize.
Yeah,
So it's almost like there's an adversarial network in my brain telling me that this is a Seljuk structure. So I'm wondering like how that network is organized, or how I can actually look at variation of a kind and identify it as part of
yeah.
something. So
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
also
yeah.
discussion with the archetypes, but yeah, I mean,
It's a great topic. I mean, we can spend hours to discuss this. But actually, let me tell you that in Seljuk designs, there's a dichotomy.
Mhm.
Dichotomy of nature, rough nature itself as an inspiration source, and the abstracted, geometry imposed upon it in order to create an intermediary realm for humankind to introduce an order after supposed order of the divinity in the universe. This is based upon this order. And there's a great potential for aesthetic, how can I say, enjoyment. When you are across a Seljuk monument, the main reason you get fascinated is that. I mean, this dichotomy. For example, on the Divri portals, we have a symmetrical composition, a great order, and also a symmetry in the details, and some enigmatic details. I mean, for example, the hexagon at the center, which calls you to interpret. I mean, what I am is the question asked by this geometry, and you spend time and effort to understand it. This is the reason why the Seljuk portal is created. This is the footnote I would like to make. I know a book by Doğan Kuban, The Miracle of Divri. This is in Turkish and English. In this book, Kuban says that from the example of Divri Great Most portal, great masterpiece of Seljuk architecture, he says that this portal carved in place. I mean, rough stones, put one upon the other, and master craftsmen started to carve these masons after a scheme probably painted on the walls, drawn with pencil, and then started either partly carved, then put in place, and the carving process continued. In any way, Kuban asserts that this is a process that, in a way, done on the stones in place, not on the earth. But he doesn't give a detailed account of how this was done, unfortunately. This is an idea. It remains an idea. It's an idea. Still, it is, one must write a paper on this. One must make a detailed study of construction techniques employed to carve Seljuk portals to understand whether they were done on the earth, I mean on the ground, before put in place, or after stones put in place, sculptors carved them there. This is a good question, still to be answered.
We have a question from YouTube. I'll direct it to Mostafa. Margie Rottengatter Lake asks, why does Mostafa work with only 6 and 12-fold symmetry and not with 5 and 10-fold, or a combination of the two, which is also found in Seljuk architecture?
Yeah, I was in my research primarily focusing on the periodic patterns. I think the 5 and 10 are quasi-periodic. I didn't look into them per se, but I think it will be interesting to expand the research and look into them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Does anybody have a question? Or else I can maybe ask one more.
I do have a question about the current, and I want to see your thoughts on this, the current applications of Islamic, elements like the patterns, like the Muqarnas, and how do you kind of see kind of contemporary architecture can take advantage of this? in what possible ways? I mean, if you encountered this or worked on this and anyhow.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, for me, the investigation started a bit more like after I finished my PhD. I labeled myself as a more conservative computational architect, and I wanted to investigate some aspects that are more tangible, and some of them are something that is more ecological, I would say. So that's why I started investigating, like if I'm in Turkey, I'm looking at some cultural aspect of the work that I can extract maybe from this geography. Because it's funny, when I was in the US, I was also looking at Palladian villas and Gothic cathedrals. Now I, of course, have no context for any of those. And that's why I'm interested in Islamic geometry. But of course, I think the idea is not only revitalizing some of these applications, but also outlining what we can learn from them. Because essentially we are all working as, let's say, we are all developing computational methods in developing geometry, but I'm also wondering if there's some sort of technology transfer we can achieve from 12th or 13th century that we may not be able to develop on our own in 21st century, right? So I think in that sense, that type of techno-historicism really really influences me a little bit. Like I wouldn't call it romantic, but I would say that, I mean, maybe Uzay Peker would also comment on this, but in 13th century, Middle East was probably what Europe was at that time, right? Like right now. So it was the epicenter of the world. So astronomy, mathematics, all emerged from there, and all the natural sciences emerged there. So that's why a lot of the innovation is actually embedded into these structures. So I think maybe there is some aspect that we can carry further with the current computational tools that we have. At least that's the motivation behind what I do. Sema, would you like to add anything to that?
I made a comment on the Uzay Peker's point where he mentioned the Divri Grand Mosque's portal. Once I had the opportunity to talk about the Divri Grand Mosque with Doğan Kuban, and also ask feedback from him about my curiosities on Mukarnas and other things. He indicate an important point, the differences between the ideal geometry, even there had been some plural patterns in the Grand Mosque portal. Differences between the ideal geometry and the customization of the craftsman when they are carving on site. I think AI or some computational tools might be helpful on these stylistic differences and contribution of the understanding, gaining more insights about the contribution or customization of the some specific craftsmen and their addition to the ideal geometry or deformation, let's say. So I think from this point, it's also an interesting topic. What was intended and planned, and what is the result, and the differences in between.
Very interesting, as I kind of sometimes see the current use of geometric patterns in some of the architectural examples that I encounter is just, copying the previous example and reuse them, and there's nothing innovative about it. So, but when I look at something like a Bahar Tower, where they kind of took the patterns, make it responsive, shape-shifting surfaces like that, it's kind of show that these geometric patterns still have, or whatever we learn from history, still have some values. We can extract the processes, not the the actual cases or the actual instances that have been created, but we can learn from the process, and maybe we can be innovative. We can have the touch of our time and added to it and generate something that belongs to our time. So when I look at this, it's also giving me another kind of motivation to study the patterns, because when I was doing my research, I encountered the question a lot of what is the significance of what you're doing. And I think it's worth, worth exploring that and worth exploring the goal of the research and things of that nature. So just wanted to mention that to everybody. Yeah.
I can also add to that, actually. I mean, I agree with what's been said. Just to emphasize, my motivation is also extending the knowledge we have on design and what it was historically in this geography. So if there's any design knowledge, additional design knowledge to be revealed and then carried to contemporary times, I think that's significant. I mean, otherwise, most of the training in architecture schools is based on a westernized version of architectural history, global history, I guess. I mean, and it's been a trend in architectural history as well, this globalization. But there's more work to be done, I guess. So that's why I'm motivated to understand all the depths, all the details of any existing design knowledge in this geography and at those times, basically.
I call it technological conservatism.
I saw that. Yes.
with an ecological twist. So I mean, because I actually had this epiphany when I was in a conference in Delft, 2013. I saw the same pavilion shape presented at the conference with aluminum, with fiberglass, and with corrugated cardboard in Romania. So that shouldn't comply with the materiality aspect of what we are developing as arguments here, but it basically shows you the effects of globalism, because people are trying to copy what's being done in other parts of the world. And I think we shouldn't look outside, but maybe we should look inside a bit, like what we can find, because that was also kind of the origin of our research project, because I tend to see some interesting things that we can still learn from investigating 13th or 14th century structures.
Right, and copying could work, but only if you know how to see and look and see. If you're just going to copy blindly, then I mean there are bad examples where you sort of rely on your shallow understanding of something, and then you end up doing the wrong kind of seam, or are not really understanding the geometric construction behind it. So that's not the level of understanding that I guess we're interested in, is what I'm going to emphasize. Yeah.
I had a question for Craig Kaplan. You mentioned prior to the symposium, you mentioned that your work is not motivated by cultural heritage, but also you investigate geometric patterns. I want to hear your motivation behind investigating these geometries, because you also looked at some Islamic patterns as well. So, and you wrote books on that matter.
Yeah. Well, thanks for asking. Yeah, it's an interesting conversation. I mean, obviously, I can't be completely blind to history and culture in pursuing the work that I do, because how would I even know if the designs I create look anything like Islamic art, right? You have to have some body of historical precedent that you're building on somewhere. But, so what's my motivation? While I consider the questions of what were the original designers of these patterns thinking, and what rules did they operate by, while I consider those to be really worthwhile and interesting questions, they are outside of my expertise and my skill. And I'm very happy to watch as other people attempt to answer those questions and then benefit from the answers they come up with. But more importantly for my work, I don't need to know the answers to those questions. I am perfectly content to devise a thoroughly modern system of rules that captures a large body of geometric patterns, and then find the hidden dials that were not previously twisted, twist those dials and see what new patterns we can create. Or, as Mostafa said, or kind of in a related note, is trying to fill in the gaps that we can identify, which I consider to be sort of like hidden degrees of freedom that were not previously exploited. In a way, a degree of freedom is more of a continuous thing, and a gap is more of a discrete thing, but they're both places where we can fill in more modern designs. So, I mean, that's really my interest, is in innovating, in interpreting a traditional design style in novel ways. If there's a deeper question that I'm trying to answer, if there's a sort of a more philosophical point, it's that I would like to use Islamic geometric art as a microcosm in which to understand the deeper questions of the human aesthetic experience. So what makes some patterns more appealing than others? Can we abstract out fundamental rules about lengths and angles and the weight, the optical weight of objects in the picture plane that makes some compositions appealing and others less appealing? And can we use that to account for why Islamic art on the whole is so appealing and has been so successful around the world?
Sabri, I would like to add something.
Yes, absolutely.
To this globalism discussion. Today we are under the impact of globalism, but same went on in medieval age. In medieval age, there was a globalism as well. For example, in Spain, you would find Seljuk elements in its architecture. In Anatolia, elements from Iran. In India, elements from Samarkand. I mean, I'm generalizing. I'm generally speaking. I don't want to give examples for that. Muqarnas even as such, it's probably reached from Iran to Iraq, then spread to Western lands of Islamic architecture. But in every case, these global trends, global elements, in a way, instigated local existing architectural traditions in a way, pushed them to reach the original conclusions. In each case, we have a living local architectural culture. With architectural culture, I mean local technologies, techniques. I mean, then whatever global introduced is amalgamated with that in a way, encountered with that, and the end product is something original. What we lack today in countries like Turkey and the Islamic world in general, or underdeveloped countries in the third world countries, these local living traditions gone away. I mean, we don't have, for example, architects working with stone cutters, woodcutters, master masons. I mean, local, regional designers, traditional men working with the material, and architects educated in universities doing things together, or in the universities, research on traditional methods of design, traditional materials. It's not developed, in the most advanced universities of Turkey. Research done on traditional technologies is very minor, very, very minor. We don't have an understanding of local regional traditions. If you don't have them, how can you combine whatever introduced from abroad, from the global scenery to you in a region, in a country, in any part of the world? I mean, becoming potential for an original creation. This is the problem of architectural design arena in Turkey, in my personal opinion.
I mean, tying your comment to what Mina has said about, let's say, inscriptions on the stone, like these guides, these circular guides. Like, I also wonder, like, what is the future of robotics for architectural fabrication? Because people assume that we are all going to weave carbon fiber all around the world, but I don't think that's a reality. So maybe in that sense, you can have like a techno-historic jump and see what you can do with the local materials and how you can innovate robotic fabrication as well. So that's also kind of brings, I think, value to some of the research that we are extending from here, and not complying with something that is extrinsic to what we are doing, right? So I think there's also benefit to that type of contrast.
Of course.
I was wondering if if anybody had any question about the presentations. I'm checking my notes as well. In the meantime, if you had a question, please jump ahead. I actually maybe can address one more thing I saw in my note, but I think Uzay Peker showed these larger Mukarnas pieces that were, I think, 10th century, right? So that you were kind of questioning the origin of Mukarnas architecture, and the pieces were large and the layers were not there yet. So you're kind of almost seeing kind of prototypical investigations, experiments on the corner of a building or on the interior or exterior. Then you kind of see stacking of layers under the dome, like 2 or 3 layers, or like 1 layer with like bricks inside. Then you see this language being articulated more and more. So there's almost like an idea, I mean, I dare to say it, but almost kind of a fractalization over time, right? So there's, once the geometry of it is better understood, the thing can self-segment and get smaller and smaller and more articulated, more decorated almost. So I'm wondering if that ties to other approaches to geometric design, whether there's some innate drive to complexity, or there's an innate drive to detailing, articulation, because I don't want to address it as necessarily a parts to whole question, but more as, maybe detailing the work, articulating the work, and self-segmenting it, building a system that self-segments itself. What are your thoughts on this?
Probably designs of Mimar Sinan, architect Sinan, the geometry he employed. Actually, before him, designs were based upon restricted number of geometrical schemes. With Mimar Sinan, we have introduction of octagons, hexagons, square, baldachins, and the relationship with the square or rectangular walls in a way, and also upper and lower structural systems based upon semi-domes, buttresses. All are geometrical or geometrically, how can I say, meaningful, let me say, as such elements and well-designed elements. Probably this evolution of architect Sinan's architecture is a good case of the elaboration of geometrical systems from Üsküdar, Mihri Mahmosq to Selimiye and others. I mean, there is an elaboration, really, elaboration of geometry. This is a grand design, of course. From the decorative viewpoint, Seljuk geometrical designs on the portals would be a case in point, but we lack a gradual, the steps of a gradual development, from the earliest, from the beginnings to the end. I mean, we have 13th century great portals with geometrical designs, but where did it start? Where did it start? We don't know this. I mean, we cannot follow the steps of this development in our geometrical order, as far as I know, of course. Yes.
I'm wondering if anybody has any comment on that, because I also tend to think of, if Benoit Mandelbrot was able to explain his sets, I think he would also fail to explain them fully. So there's an idea about fractals, for instance, like you can go deeper and deeper and they're always like different. And there's an idea of self-replication. And I'm wondering how much of that is embedded in nature, because you can also find similar patterns in nature. So whether we are also, like we were discussing, kind of archetypes and other types of generative issues, but whether like the epicenter of all of it was kind of these pyramidal shapes, and what we are seeing is kind of an evolution of the same theme with more articulation, more self-segmentation, and getting more refined details at the end. So I'm wondering if anybody has any comments on that.
Well, a couple of things come to my mind. First of all, in the question that you earlier posed about the 10th century squinch-like Mukarnas, like earlier Mukarnas examples, those were made out of brick, I guess. So the technology was different. Technology of construction is different. Whereas carving in stone sort of gives you a flexibility of designing the units that would fit in a place. So change across geography also comes with changes of materials, as we know. So that might be, I don't know, something to trace in the genealogy of these things. But in terms of the Mukarnas, I was thinking in the examples you showed layer by layer, if you go up or down, you showed changes in rules, right? So I was wondering if that had like structural purposes, or did it have meaningful, like in terms of what the Mukarnas represented? I mean, the layers of cosmology that we've seen. Mm-hmm. It was all the Mukarnases, I guess, are not 5-tiered or 7, but maybe the bottom. I mean, even in plan views of these layers, there are some outlines, there are some geometries, polygons, or certain symmetries, whatever. So are they connected to? I was wondering, to different meanings of each level, or?
Yeah, I mean, maybe that also ties to what Craig Kaplan was saying about the aesthetics of the embedded geometry, because we at some point we looked at the proportions of the pieces and we found these harmonics that were using the hypotenuse of the angles, and you can see the modulation of the proportions. So at every layer there's almost kind of an advancement further with kind of a additional proportion added, and that kind of balances almost the aesthetics of it, maybe. So otherwise it might look too regular, too pyramidal, right? So that's also something that comes to my mind. But other than that, I mean, we found local irregularities that don't affect the global implication of the rule-based system, because that's what I try to show. Like, you can actually change it to become a polygon or a star shape, and that doesn't, like, the local interpretation doesn't actually change the global distribution of pieces. You can actually grow it infinitesimally. It works like a fractal does. So in that sense, it makes me think that it was kind of a local choice of the artisan, right? I mean, or there were maybe some, like, we also don't know how long it took to complete the structure. So people who worked on lower levels maybe didn't get to finish the structure, just like in a Gothic cathedral would happen, right? So that might also be the other issue.
Another one, Sabri, I would like to suggest to check to illustrate this evolution story, to check the development of geometrical designs from late Roman Byzantine art to Samarra, the Abbasid Samarra designs. In Samarra style, we have different phases: Samarra 1, Samarra 2, Samarra 3. It is really an evolution, all the way from Roman background to Samarra. Then from Samarra to Central Asia, there is a linkage. Then back to with the Seljuks to Iraq again. It's a circular, evolution in a way, chronologically speaking, and it is a good case to understand development of geometry, in time and spaces in relation to each other, inspiring each other. Roman, let me repeat, late Roman, Samarra, and Seljuk geometrical designs in a way display us an evolutionary story, which is not properly studied. We also need a paper on this. There's a link between Samarra and Seljuk, and all the way back with Roman tradition.
You said you have a paper on this matter?
You know, we need to write a
need to read.
paper. Yeah, we need to make a study. Maybe a master's thesis, doctorate thesis on this would be very useful.
Yes.
So to provide these links.
I mean, having studied other like stylistic eras as well, like Gothic architecture, Palladian villas, like Mina mentioned them, I was really happy she brought them up, because normally the studies are always done planimetrically, and that actually fails to capture what's happening in 3D. And we also have that skepticism in approaching Muqarnas, but Muqarnases are more easier to study planimetrically because it's more of a projection and they're more abstract. But I actually found similar correlations between, let's say, Gothic structure and the Sinan's mosque architecture, right? So, and we can tie Sinan's approach to the Muqarnas development as well, with the octagons and the symmetries as well. So there's some sort of I can't say there's a technology transfer, but there are similar construction techniques that are being employed. And it seems like stylistically, the structures might look a lot different, but structurally they're almost identical, and they always shape themselves against gravity somehow. And of course that changes in 20th century with high performance steel structures, but yeah, that's definitely, like, that type of historical lineage is definitely an interesting point to investigate.
At some point, I looked into the design existence Samara, and the only thing I kind of, the primary thing I noticed is, if I'm not mistaken, was octagonal or hexagonal geometry, but the filling within the design does not really follow the kind of the geometry itself or the symmetry within the geometry. So the following examples, because this was it's kind of identified as the earliest example of geometric patterns, the one in Samara, I think around the 9th century, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
But the following examples are, in the case of geometric patterns, of course, are significantly more refined and with the clearer geometry. So something kind of is missing. Something happened in between these early examples.
Right.
And yeah, so it's very interesting. I totally agree with you. This kind of creating this kind of study is very, very important.
Could it be because of the science in geometry developed in
Exactly.
10th and 11th centuries in Islamic world? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
There is one question on YouTube asking if anybody studied the use of similar structural principles from one symmetry group to another in Timurid architecture. It is apparent. I'm not familiar with the Timurid architecture, but maybe we can give some thoughts on this matter. And the idea of fractalization over time, or geometry better understood over time. Like, I'm wondering if anybody has some knowledge about the evolution of Timurid architecture.
Architectural design or decoration?
I think the question was more geared towards differentiation over time, like something that gets better over time, like the way we argued about Muqarnas. Like there was a seed and then it gets further articulated. The question is, I think, asking if there's something similar happening in Timurid architecture.
In relation to the geometric ornaments,
Development and ornaments, yeah.
I don't know the date. I've just seen pictures, but I don't know the dates. But I think Jay Bonner's book might be, in fact, giving clues to some of it. I mean, some examples might be there. And linked to other geographies of ornamentation.
I'm waiting to see if there are any other questions from the YouTube. If not, it's been a long day, and I wanted to thank again for our participants. Thank you for your valuable presentations and discussion. I really enjoyed actually not only sharing our work with you, but also discussing these matters with you, and also looking at your research as well. I'm wondering if any of you had any final questions before we end the symposium. Otherwise, I'll give you all like a small closing remark, and thank you for your participation again. And it was a pleasure having
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sabri.
Mina, would you like to add anything?
No, I just want to thank you for putting this group of wonderful people together. I'm very happy to listen to and look at the work. I'm happy to meet the people who I just met today. Thank you for giving us this opportunity.
Yes, thank you. Mostafa?
Thank you very much for the invitation, Sabri, and I'm really happy to meet you and to talk with you and to have these discussions and to kind of look at your work. It is fantastic, and I'm really happy to have this kind of conversation with you. Thank you again for the invitation.
Yes. Ali Uzay, Peker?
Me too. I am very happy and honored to be here with you, to meet new people who has, shared interests in geometry, in medieval architecture. I hope in the future we can be together in other platforms and share our views. And I would like to say goodbye to everybody here and thank you, Sabri.
Thank you. Sema?
I would like to thank as well. It's great to be together with people that I know from their papers and articles. It's a great opportunity to be in the same platform. I hope to keep in touch. At least I will be following your publications. Thanks again.
And Craig Kaplan? Yes, Craig Kaplan.
Yeah. Okay. Now, yeah. Thank you very much for organizing the event and for inviting me. Thank you also, and to all of you really, for accommodating the lone North American on the program. So, I'm keeping you all awake so I can make a long, boring speech right now. Yeah, thanks for accommodating my schedule. It worked out just great. And it was a lot of fun. It's fun to get a really a different perspective on a lot of this material, one that comes from outside of computer science, outside of mathematics, but more informed by the history, the architecture, the design science, and so on.
Mm-hmm. And I would like to thank everybody again. This was our symposium, Resilience in Digital Heritage. And thank you again for your presentations. And hopefully we will have a chance to discuss these matters in other platforms in the future. So until then, take care.
You too. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.